Along and check. So with that, I'm gonna call the meeting to order. And we'll start off with, the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Man standing for a moment of silence.
Okay. I was going to Okay, this is the reading of the public hearing and meeting notice. Notice is hereby given that a public hearing and meeting of the Strafford County Legislative Delegation is scheduled to be held Tuesday, October 2025, at 7 p.m. The hearing and the meeting will be held in the Judiciary Assembly Room, second floor, for William A. Grimes Justice and Administrative Building, 259 County Farm Road, Dover, New Hampshire, and conduct the following business.
Can you move the microphone mic to your mouth? Yeah, you can't hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. So that takes care of the reading of the public notice. Next up is the roll call, and I will note that we do have one delegate member who is participating from Scotland of all places. So when we get to his place on the roll. And with that. Give the floor to the microphone. Can you hear us, Tim?
Yes, I am. So I'm in the lobby of a premier inn in the city center of Glasgow, Scotland. So
Here. Okay. Present. Sixty. Here. Burnham. Here. Burton. Butler.
Oh, yeah. Here.
Andy Blumen. Here. DeLumis. Here. Roy. Here. England.
Here.
Barrington.
Here.
Gilmore.
Present.
Granger.
Right.
Paul. Barrington.
Here.
Oregon.
Oh.
Here, you said, yeah.
I'm here.
Oregon.
Oregon, I'm here virtually. Yeah.
Howard.
Here.
Collins.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Krasinski.
Here.
Lamontagne. Here. La Rochelle.
Here.
Malone. Miller.
Present.
Pearson.
Here.
Hansa. Here. Schmidt.
Here.
Selig. Here. Jeff Smith.
Here.
Marjorie Smith. Southworth.
Here.
Stone. Urquhart.
Here.
Wade. Here. Walker.
Present.
Law. Here.
Thirty-two present, so. 32 present, so we have a forum for the meeting. before we move into the commissioners, public hearing, there's just a couple of, housekeeping things I was going to say.
Just speak up, but right into the mic.
There we go, is that better? Sorry. Before we started the meeting, just a couple of housekeeping things. We have a lot of people here. It's a long meeting and there's some contentious items on it. And so if you have a question, just like in New Hampshire House, in your committee rooms, raise your hand and I will get to you and call on you and you can ask your question or put your point in the discussion. If you have a follow-up, please raise your hand and ask for a follow-up. I will try to juggle everybody, get Republicans and Democrats equal access to it. If there's questions of staff, then they're gonna come up here and ask you a question. I would ask that you ask them a question and you give them an opportunity to fully answer the question. If you have a follow-up, you can ask for a follow-up and follow up on that question. I think that just keep good decorum and keep you moving. So with that said, I'm gonna turn the meeting over to Commissioner Galeras. This part of the meeting really isn't our part of the meeting, it's the public hearing on the budget element. So with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the delegation. The commissioners are requesting a supplemental appropriation of 1.442. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. $1.42531 million is adjustment to the county's budget. County Administrator Bauer would be here to answer any questions you have. And we are required by statute to hold a public hearing for a supplemental budget, and that's why you're here. The executive committee has reviewed the expenses of the county and has made a recommendation to move forward with the supplemental budget. So since Ray Bauer gets paid the big bucks, I'm going to have him get it.
Maybe I could start with a little bit of background. We've been warning the executive committee since the first quarter of their first quarter meeting and their second quarter meeting that we had a gentleman with an inmate. He was convicted but not sentenced, so he continued to be the responsibility of the House of Correction. He became very ill, was transferred to Wentworth Douglas, was transferred to Mass General. He actually died at Mass General and they brought him back, just to give you an indication of the seriousness of the illness. He ended up spending 5 months between the two hospitals, which would have run a medical bill of 1.9 million and change. Fortunately, and I'll leave this up to Commissioner McGuire's. Fortunately, one of our employees was wise enough to enroll a good number of our inmates in a free health insurance program that was sponsored through Medicaid. And that offset 1.6 million of the 1.9 million, and I'm rounding numbers off. 1.6 million of the 1.9 million, which leaves Strafford County with a $300,000 balance that we need to pay, that we obviously don't budget for. In my almost 40 years here, this is only the second time this has happened. And the first time wasn't nearly for as long a period of time as this situation, and it certainly wasn't for this large of a sum of money as is the current medical costs. In addition, we needed to provide security for that gentleman, which meant our deputies provided security both at Wentworth Douglas Hospital and at Mass General. We tried to get the local sheriff at Mass General to help us for a short period of time, but didn't have the staffing. So if you think about it, the deputy had to leave here, drive 2 hours down there, spend an 8-hour shift, and then drive 2 hours back. So they were relieving each other. A 24-hour overtime day is actually a 36-hour overtime day with all the driving back and forth. So you'll see that sum is in excess of $500,000 for that period of time. In addition, at Riverside, as you know, all Riverside rooms are 2-person rooms. We unfortunately had the norovirus. Now, the norovirus in and of itself, if it's caught early and managed, is in and of itself not a life-threatening illness. However, because we're 2-person rooms, if one person in the room gets it, the other person gets it. So we had approximately 165 cases of norovirus between residents and staff, and which required us to hire outside staff, pool staff, as they're called in the business, which amounted to about $260,000, funds that we did not budget for. In addition, we estimated about $8 million in a governmental program called Proportionate Share Pool, which the federal government compensates governmental facilities who take a large percentage of Medicaid personnel. We budgeted $8 million. Well, with the changeover in administration, we did not receive $8 million. We received, and again, I'm rounding numbers off. The exact numbers are in front of you, or part of handouts. About $400,000 less than what we anticipated. When we communicated with the state about that, I put an exact quote in the minutes that they told us it was a result of the feds changing the mechanism in which we were able to draw down that money. So when you add all that sum together, that's approximately the costs that you see in front of you that we've partially shared with the executive committee as time went on, which included warning them that we were likely to need a supplemental appropriation because the budget that was passed was a tight budget, and we had no other ability to fund this other than those reasons. So based on that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the public has, and then subsequently the delegation has.
I think the best thing, the microphone was because of people out in TV land was, yes, they can hear you.
Okay, I have a couple questions.
Can I have your name and where you're from?
Yes, my name is Carol Petrosavage. I live in Rochester. Okay, so I was looking at some of the meeting minute drafts, trying to be prepared for tonight's meeting. Leader of our said they were going to contact the county insurance carrier to inquire of a gap insurance rider to cover these rare instances. Was that done?
It was, and it's not available through our insurance carrier. They don't insure inmates in any stretch. The only one that provided the insurance was the Medicaid system.
And these unexplained or unanticipated expenses, if we cut overtime in departments, would that cover this?
No, we don't have full staff to be able to cut overtime. The House of Correction, while it's better staffed than it was, is still not fully staffed and relying on overtime. The nursing home, I'm actually proud to say that my pledge, or the pledge of the commissioners in the proposed budget, was to try to train ourselves out of staffing deficiencies. And I think we've done a really good job. We've really lessened our reliance on outside staff, meaning pool staff, We've never used travel nurses. And an example, a local county that has, less residents, 45 less residents, than we do, spent in excess of $3 million in pool staff. And even with this, $260,000 extra, we will have spent $800,000. So, which we've actually budgeted 800, but we've spent 800 through the first 3 quarters because, and that's keeping at our minimum staffing requirements. And just so you know, our staffing at Riverside, we have cut our staffing at Riverside, and you can see that if you look at the CMS website, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid website. We used to be 5-star in staffing. We're actually now 4-star in staffing. Because we cut our staffing back, which actually lessened our overall star rating from 5 stars to 4 stars as a result of our staffing cutbacks.
I have a quick question. Janice Woods from Dover. I love that you would take such good care of this one particular inmate for so many months. I'm just wondering that after 6 months or 7 months of him being in the hospital and hospital care, was there any discussion at any point to allow this person to go home as he was in the process of passing away so that he could be at home, just knowing that he was dying rather than have the county pay for the expenses of him in the hospital?
Well, he's actually fully recovered now and in the state prison.
Oh, I thought you said he passed away.
He did. They revived.
Oh, they revived.
In fact, I think it was
Sorry.
2 to 3 times. They revived him literally on the table. He got out of the hospital in June, and through the help of the county attorney, he got 5 to 10 years in the state prison for a serious, it's public information. It was an aggravated felonious sexual assault and a 2nd-degree assault where he choked the victim. He was convicted of both of those prior to him going into the hospital. I'm sorry, I probably should have been clearer.
Is there any other questions?
Yeah, just, for the public, any public questions?
Yes.
Over here.
Thank you, I'm Rick Barol, I'm a happy husband, I live in Rochester. Thank you. One more time, thank you, Rick Barol, Lawrence Happy Husband, Rochester, New Hampshire. One of the things I just happened to be today, I made a visit to emergency room and, the cost associated with that. 1.9 million that we, invested in this inmate, and the inmate was in a, county facility. Is that county facility? It's not a county, no, thank you. He was a inmate in a county facility. Is that county facility, in fact, is there any private? Is that a private facility?
No, sir, it's the county jail across the street.
That's all right. Sometimes county jails are run by private individuals.
Not in New Hampshire.
Okay, thank you. Just checking with that. My point being, thank you for that clarification. $1.9 million. If I spent, they sent me a bill for $1.9 million. I didn't want to have to go on Medicare, but I wasn't wealthy enough to be able to stay off it. But what happened is I noticed that Medicare, actually, because it was that program, and Medicaid may be different, but they actually have a discounted rate. So this 1.9, was this the full amount, or was it evidently reduced by something?
It would have been the rate we would have had to pay had we not had that insurance. But because we had that insurance, it's a combination of a discounted rate and the insurance making a payment. It's actually at the time administered through Anthem.
Right. Okay. So if I understand correctly, we have a $300,000 balance due to?
To a combination of, I'm not sure they're different, but Wentworth Douglas and Mass General.
Okay, and I understand what you said. Okay, so is there any negotiation that can be done with the facility, with the, with Douglas or Mass General? I mean, because you don't have the.
I've tried the best negotiation I can. We did get it lessened. I did contest the fact that when he was first admitted, they said it wasn't pre-approved, and I asked them to look at their own medical records to see that if he didn't have the kind of illness that would require for pre-approval. And he was a very seriously ill gentleman, and I actually pointed out his passing and then reviving at Mass General. So they did credit us for that. And that came off the 1 that was prior to the 1.9. The 1.9 was the end result of the best negotiation I could do.
Well, part of being a citizen of the county is, when they have supplemental appropriations, it's a tough thing to swallow. Because, we try to plan things. Hey, is there a way to spread the cost over that it has to all come out of it this time?
Unfortunately, our auditor doesn't let us do that. We are responsible to pay what's incurred for an expense in a particular year.
Thank you.
I tried that too, by the way.
Any other questions from the members of the public?
Peter Patenza, Rochester, and Kelly Patenza, Fontana. So question for you, obviously inmates get sick, probably have to go to the hospital. Do you have a negotiated rate with hospitals?
We do.
Okay, what hospitals are those?
Wentworth Douglas, that's our primary hospital. It's the one that the ambulance, if somebody's seriously ill, they'll only take them to Wentworth Douglas being the closest hospital. So that's the hospital that we have a negotiated rate with, which is why he went, if he was in Wentworth Douglas and they couldn't manage his care, which is why he went to Mass General, because we could keep the same rate instead of sending him to Portsmouth as an example, because that was one of the places we thought he was going to go, but we don't have an agreement with Portsmouth. And therefore, I'm not sure we would have gotten the same rate.
So it's probably worth maybe looking into another avenue, right?
Well, actually, I think Wentworth took such a beating in this case that they're looking to renegotiate themselves. So I think that's something that we're gonna have to face over the next few months. And certainly if we can figure out a better way to do it or a cheaper way to do it, then we're going to. But remember too, yes, we do have inmates that go out to the hospital. In fact, as of yesterday, I know we had one. I'm not sure if he or she is still there or not. Their sheriff's department shaking their head that they are still there. But normally it's a day or two or a day or two or three. It's not normally 5+ months. And it's not, again, over the last 38 years, it's 39 years that I've been here. It's never been anybody that's been that ill for that long a period of time that has just continued to be in failing health until he recovered quick enough for us to get him sentenced to the state prison. And I give full credit to the county attorney's office because his attorney wanted to postpone the sentencing until the end of July. And Lee got him sentenced within a week of returning, a week or 10 days of him returning to our facility, just out of fear there'd be some form of a relapse.
And there's no recourse against his family or anything?
It's not against his family, and he'll be in a state prison for 5 to 10 years. So any likelihood of recourse against him is, I guess, nearly impossible. And there's not really a provision in the statute for recourse. The state law is clear. When an inmate is in our jail, he's our medical responsibility. So we don't, I assure you, this is the last thing we wanted to do. And it's the absolute last thing the sheriff's department wanted to do. I'm not speaking for the sheriff and something that I haven't spoken to her and her chief deputy in the past. I mean, they were begging for help to go down. Because it's an awful situation for everybody involved. And we certainly didn't want to do it. And our medical department at the House of Correction was constantly badgering the hospital to release them to us. But the doctors refused until such time as it was ready for release in June.
You said you were bringing this up to just internal committee or everyone?
You gotta talk into the microphone, sir, not wave around.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So as far as as far as the overage, you said you were bringing this up to just internal committee or everyone? Or
No, our, as you know, our has an executive committee. I'm trying to describe it in the best way. It's like a mini delegation that meets quarterly to review the budget. We were certainly not aware in the first quarter meeting, which would have been January through March 31st, which usually takes place at the beginning of April, that we knew he was in the hospital for that long. We didn't know it was going to go all the way till June, but we began briefing that executive committee at that meeting. We briefed them again at a subsequent meeting, which would be the one through June 30th, so that we could share this communication. We actually didn't know at the time how difficult it was going to be to get and negotiate numbers with the two hospitals. We thought it was going to be pretty easy considering they're both merged. You know, they're one hospital. In fact, I took the billing away, and I don't mean this offensively in any way, from the House of Correction and moved it to our biller at the nursing home, who's been doing billing for 40 years. So that we could get the absolute, she would absolutely know the best way for this billing to go through for the best advantage to the county.
I guess, you know, if you think of businesses, and I know this isn't a business, but we have to think of it in some fact like that, because taking in revenue, tax dollars, you have a budget and you have to meet certain costs. So at some point, can't be always put on the taxpayers that burden, but we need to start as the committee and the executive committee start looking at costs. And you're asking for a lot of money, which is going to be burdened upon the taxpayers to help overcome this budget. So how, again, it's not profits and loss, it's expenses and budgets, right? I mean, you have a certain amount of money coming in. It's set. So how are you planning on looking at other costs to reduce that can offset any tax burden to the taxpayers?
When we present a budget and the subcommittees and the executive committee, the full delegation review it, we don't leave money on the table with the thought that we might have a crisis coming and that we have to make an amendment at some point. And in fact, in my time, my 38 years here, I don't remember asking for a supplemental budget. So it's not like it's something that you know, well, first of all, the commissioners or the delegation would never ask for putting aside this amount of money with the idea that something might happen. You know, we put together a budget which historically has worked fine. This just happened to be, I've called it in prior meetings a unicorn. It's one of those things that just happened totally unexpectedly. But we still need to care for people at the nursing home. We still need to manage things at the House of Correction. We still need to manage a sheriff's department. And with the budget that we put forward, minimum budget, manage all of those things. And then when something like this unexpected comes up, it's impossible for us to make reductions for something that already started off at what I would, at the very least, call a very lean budget.
I understand that, but you know, anyone that has fiduciary responsibility should take into account that something may occur, like a condo association. There's always that rainy day, everyone's putting money in for things that may happen down the road. And so as executive committee and
as a county that should be taking place, that money being set aside. Hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Let me finish.
No, I'm sorry, I thought you were
You're shaking
shaking
your head.
No, I'm all set, I'll answer the question.
Okay. So on top of that, I look at some costs, okay, so you look at the roof, the new rooftop system that was put on here. I mean, I gotta tell you, the amount of steel and the amount of money spent. I mean, there's definitely different ways you guys could have done. There would have been a lot less money than, and I know some of the engineering design, that is a huge expense. I mean, the amount of steel that was put up there, that structural steel to be able to support those new rooftops is crazy. I mean, so who's looking at those things? I know people are saying that they approved it, but there's other ways to do that. There's other ways to do things without spending that exorbitant amount of money. What was the cost of that?
You're talking about just the replacement of the roof units,
The roof units and all that structural steel that was put up.
approximately $3 million.
Crazy. I'm just telling you, right, that's absolutely insane. Being straight up, okay, that is an exorbitant amount of money.
Yeah, can I answer that, or?
Yeah, you can build buildings for that amount.
What the situation is we go out to public bid for all of our projects. We have it designed by an engineer, and then based on that design, we go out for a bid. That was the lowest bidder, for this particular project.
So who decided that design was correct?
The engineer and the architect. Turnstone was the contracting company.
Right, so
And who oversaw it?
Yeah.
In terms of the
county,
one of our retired maintenance people came back to oversee the project.
who said, yeah, this is our best option?
The engineer and the architect who designed it.
I'm not meaning to interrupt this, excuse me, but the public hearing is actually related to the 1.4,
And this is based on that, because if we're spending that kind of money, it may not have been going back to the public for that amendment.
But just so you know, we couldn't spend that money on this type of thing. You can't spend capital money on operating expenses.
I understand that, but that was a huge amount of money.
Yes, sir.
That could be used, that could have been used elsewhere. I mean, there's other ways to do things. And just because that engineer or Turner or the retired maintenance guy that came back said, yeah, this is a great idea, doesn't mean it's the best idea. So I think as a county and executive committee, really need to look at what you're doing. Sorry.
We have a better idea.
You
You have a better idea?
do I have better ideas? Absolutely, I do.
was there anybody else?
Aaron, again. I'm looking at your sheet that you gave me. Thank you for it. It's very helpful. So when we talked about the sheriff HOC overtime budget, and then we talked about the HOC medical inmate cost over budget, is that basically the same thing?
Well, it's two things. The sheriff is for security. The HOC is to pay the medical bill.
Okay, so the 511,000, that was for the sheriff to protect the inmate?
That's correct. Well, I would say it's to protect the public from the inmate.
Okay, and then the HOC medical inmate cost over budget was the medical expenses at the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just a thought that came to me, and I understand if this person is an inmate, there's a reason for it. But if I'm dying on the tables, do I need two amazing sheriffs to protect the public from someone who can't move? Like, could we have done it with maybe one person? Or, I know you did say that Boston couldn't, in their jurisdiction, couldn't help out. You did ask that, and I appreciate that, because I, have the same question. Can we just use the jurisdictional people to cover it, and then we pay them at single rate, not overtime rate? And you said we could not, you did ask that, and thank you for that, but we need to, is our policies one that are, a nicety or necessity? I know this is a weird, unique situation. You said you've been doing it for 40 years and this has happened once. I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we possibly can, for everybody.
Sure. Do you mind if I ask the sheriff or chief deputy to answer? Because they're right behind you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Closer than that, okay. So the question is, could we use fewer deputies? So it has been a standard and it is our policy, and union contracts and all of these things that go back many, many years to having 2 deputies at the hospital. We do have calls, just as a note, that as you said, we are protecting the public from these people. We had a call recently with Wentworth Douglas Hospital where they expressed their appreciation for every time we are there and how safe staff feels. So negotiations away from having the 2 would be negotiations that would be open to both the hospital with our unions, there would be many, many discussions. I will say that this is my first time as the sheriff and first experience in this, definitely. And I would in the future be looking at ways to make cost saving measures. But at this point, the safest thing for both the deputies, for the inmate, and for the staff is that we follow our policy that is there is nationally accredited policy that we have two inmates and 2 deputies that provide the security, and we have for bathroom break, these are 8, 12-hour shifts. They were down in Massachusetts, so it's really a staffing standard that we adhere to, and we hope to definitely in the future, that for safety of the community.
The only thing I'd like to add is that the sheriff's department has worked tirelessly to gain national accreditation. That's a national standard. They'd lose that national accreditation if they didn't provide those 2 deputies. Now, people are gonna say, well, it's $300,000. Do we really need that national accreditation? My answer is it lessens our insurance rates. It makes us a better sheriff's department. And that's not meaning that we needed that to make us a better sheriff's department. I think the sheriff's done a great job. But that's one of the other considerations besides the considerations that the sheriff has mentioned.
Any other questions?
None?
Over here.
Well, that's the talking about the public. Hey, we're doing the public, right? I didn't see anything. Yeah, okay. I just said that. I just have one thing that I have. Can you all hear me? Okay. You guys talk. I just want to take an opportunity to publicly thank Sandy Bauer, House of Correction, for finding this Medicaid program as it relates to this particular inmate. We were able to put a number of folks on that program. And it saved us some money. In this particular case, a lot of money. I want to recognize Sandy for her efforts in doing that and the inmates on that program. Thank you, Sandy. That's the good news. Bad news is this program is going away. It's no longer being funded. So under state statute, all medical expenses borne by the county facility are the taxpayer's responsibility. I can tell you that for the last 30 years, we've been lobbying Congress, the National Association of Counties, which I'm a member of, have been lobbying Congress for many, many years to try to get Medicaid coverage and Medicare coverage for those people who are incarcerated across the country. The insurance companies have been successful in lobbying Congress for many, many, many years to prevent them from having to pay the expense. So I want you to understand that. So if you're incarcerated, no matter whether it's here or any other state, okay, you have to pay the medical expenses for those individuals. Now that program is winding down. We're trying to see if there's any leftover money we can still sign some folks up for. But that was all put in place by the prior administration. And these things have changed. So we're back to business as usual for lack of a better term. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
There's nothing else. I'll close the public hearing and then we'll move into our order of business, which is opening the delegation meeting. Our first order of business is to approve the minutes for March 19th, 2025. That was sent out a long time ago. You may not remember this. This is after we voted on the budget. There have, as I say, at every meeting I go to, anybody who has any changes that they would like to the minutes, be it additions, subtractions, or corrections, I always ask you to reach out to our note taker, Janet Hilbert. There have been no additions or changes that were submitted to her since March. We had that.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
question on your agenda.
Yes, sir.
Question on your agenda. Your agenda has a item number 6. Item number 5 is the one where the public gets to comment on the above items. So item 6 is public comments of a general nature, and it seems that we're trying to skip over that. And I did want to have a public comment.
Thank you very much for that correction. That was a good catch. I stand corrected. I'll back up off of the motion for the minutes. And I will entertain anybody who has generalized comments. The mic, as you've already seen, the microphone's up there. It's helpful for people in TV land if you speak into the microphone. I have a courtesy. I just ask you to identify who you are and where you're from. And with that,
My name is James Gray. I represent the Senate District 6 and the legislature and live in Rochester. And my comments are for item number 20 on your agenda. You were going to take a vote for the county commission. I want to talk about the spirit of the law right now. Because in this process of having the county commissioners represent a particular district, certain members of this delegation, including especially one of the members who may be over in Scotland, I think I heard, have tried to thwart the process in every step along this way. The current law is that county commissioners are elected by the people they represent. Interesting. As we go through this process, Strafford County was the only county that didn't use districts in some manner to elect their county commissioners. Okay, we changed the law. There was a loophole. And might I pat somebody on the back for finding the loophole? Okay. And so it didn't specifically say that they had to live in the district. That went before the Ballot Law Commission. And that particular representative, who may not be in the country today, testified there, oh, I knew that was a problem when we were having the committee of conference, but I didn't say anything. Interesting. So we changed the law again. And now you have to live in the district. There is right now question about that. I'm not getting into that. That's between the people who filed the complaint and the Attorney General's office. It's not for me to talk about. But we can talk about the spirit of the law. Who is supposed to vote for the people in the commission? The people who represent that district. Spirit of law is clear. In a regular election, that's just the people who live in that district. Another loophole. Okay? We didn't dot the I's, cross the T's. And tonight you're going to take a vote. Item number 20 on your agenda. Most of the people here that will be voting, do you represent any of those towns? Do you represent any of those people? Are you following the spirit of the law? Talking about the letter of the law, we can do that. And you may win again. Just as we had commissioners elected that didn't live in the district, change the law. And there's also a bill that is being put forward now to change the law again because there people in this delegation are trying to thwart the spirit of that law. So we're gonna change it again. And if you find another loophole, we'll put forth another bill. And they will all go through the process. So as you cast your vote tonight for item number 20, think about what the people that are in that district want. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I see Representative Horrigan has his hand up, but actually this is a public comment section, not a question section, so I'm gonna move on to the public asking the question.
Okay, I'm Carol again, Rochester, and I'm actually one of the people who that delegate is gonna represent. So thank you for this opportunity to talk about the public comment section about anything. So it's important to me who is elected to replace the commissioner. I know one of the candidates, I know where she works, where she lives. I see her every city council meeting. She knows and goes to all county meetings. Susan Rice even goes to the subcommittee meetings at the nursing home. Susan has a handle on the Strafford County, how it works on all government levels and how the people feel on issues. She's always been patient and professional when I have asked her governmental related questions. She knows she's known for nonpartisan collaboration, which is what we need on this nursing home project especially, as every person in the county will be taxed. She works with anyone who's willing to dig into any topic. Their thoughts and perspectives, knowing iron sharpens iron. Together, we get these things done. I personally witnessed Mrs. Rice talk about transparency and open dialogue between government and government's directors, we the people. She does her research, she asks questions, and most of which I've not thought of before. This is the kind of person I know I want on my team. Someone who will bring to the table things I have not thought of. She understands everyone sees issues differently and that each person has an important contribution to bring to the table. I don't know the second candidate. I don't know if they live in my area. So for me, the choice is clear, and I'm here to ask you to vote for Mrs. Rice to represent me. Also, I had no idea that there's whatever investigations going on, and I don't think that you should do a vote unless that investigation's done, because that's not fair to me. Another point on here is just about, I was looking at prior meeting minutes to try to be prepared for the next meeting. And I noticed that sometimes they talked about the next meeting will be, for example, it said the next meeting is scheduled for September 19th. But I didn't find any September 19th minutes. So I looked up the right to know law, and it says that there's 5 days after you have a meeting that you have to post the meeting minutes for the public to inspect. And I just can't find it on the website. So if you didn't have the September 19th meeting, could you just post on the website, September 19th cancel? And if you did, if you could please post that. I just don't want to ask stupid questions tonight and waste all of your time when it could have been in the public meeting minute. The budget, I'm new to trying to learn about the budgeting with Strafford County government. And when it comes to making the budget, we have the level of detail to verify that we're the only ones providing service once and not duplicating it in 2 other departments or at both the county and the state level. And if we don't, can we make that a priority? The taxpayers want to be confident that we're not double dipping with taxes and services, which could be streamlined. Thank you. And when doing research for tonight's meeting, I also noticed on the August 15th draft minutes, again, it's in draft and I'm not sure when it becomes out of draft in a real meeting minute, but I was thankful to have that to look at. It talks about DHSS had yet to announce what each share of the county's cap is despite the county's request. So this was on the draft. Do we have those figures yet? Because I haven't seen anything, any other public meeting that mentioned the answer to it. And if not, have the commissioners here ask the legislator to. That would be helpful when working on budgets. Our compound republics dictate that we're a self-governing nation whose governments are designed to defend our inalienable rights. I'm happy to see collaboration between county and state as we work through the nursing home project. And as Senator Gray just pointed out, if there's a loophole and you find it, why don't you just talk to one of the legislators here and let's fix it before just abusing it and then having the legislators go back and fix it. It's so much better when we work together because this really isn't about partisan. This is really about all of us taxpayers here in Strafford County. I invite you to include collaboration with all your departments. The example of that lady that sat behind me who found that $2,000 and saved us all that money, $1 million actually. I want to thank her for that. And I want to say that do we as a county talk to all of our staff, the people who work day to day in these fields, and ask them their advice on what they think is broken or what could be done better? Because that lady is a prime example of that success, and that would help our budget as well. She found a way that we could save a lot of money, and that I don't know if she lives in this town or not, in this county or not, but that's a big deal for all of us. Okay. Now, I've read a lot about minutes, about great ideas and how to work with providing support for our neighbors who eventually may need assisted living and or full service nursing homes. First, when we own the buildings, including nursing homes, it's our duty to maintain them and not allow them to fall apart. We need to be good stewards of every single dollar. Every person who needs support should be treated with dignity. And there should be a clear, distinct line between dignity with support and all the bells and whistles. Secondly, if assistance is required, I would love to see if we could keep people in their homes. I saw in the notes, the Choices for Independent programs intended to let seniors remain in their homes was highlighted as underfunded and inconsistently implemented. While seen as a preferable, more humane option, it often fails due to provider shortages and capped budgets. Have we found any privately owned or nonprofit corporations who can help in this situation? Third, I don't know if New Hampshire's Medicaid or Medicare programs pay for something like this or not. And I don't know if you've heard of it, but maybe we could research this as a committee. There's a company called Entire Care. And what that is all about is funded by state health plan. The caregiver compensation program allows a friend or relative to provide home care in their own homes. Caregivers receive a monthly compensation for their services to help with the burden of care. Caregiver compensation program would have the solution for adults unable to live on their own who would like to retain the dignity and freedom of living at home. You know, so if you help with feeding or hygiene or dressing for a friend or relative, they first determine care, sign an agreement, and receive support. It's fully covered by a health plan or through state Medicaid program, so there's no cost to that person. So that's something I think we should research. If New Hampshire maybe has an option with that, that could be another avenue to look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just I'll answer one question. The minutes are draft minutes until the delegation actually approves them, which is what I was about to do before. So once they're approved, and I'll check with the 5 day, they always are posted 5 days.
They're available.
Available, so posted, but if you ever email, call, or anything, I will immediately get them.
Would that help?
Could we post them though? Can you repeat that?
So what she said is that the minutes are made available in 5 days, not necessarily posted. The question being asked, is it possible, could we post it or
Yeah,
not?
because that's not available if it's not posted.
I'm sorry, when it's my, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Well, the commissioners meet once a week. It's impossible for us to have approved minutes posted, so we can post a draft, understanding that it's gonna say draft across it, and that you can't necessarily rely on what's in there. The commissioners have had the opportunity to review it, come in at their next meeting and approve them. So yes, we can post them within 5 days, but I can't guarantee you that everything in there is gonna be accurate.
I'll add one other thing, that this is the ultimate fallback, and it's not, may not like this one, but actually all of the meetings are recorded. So you would have an opportunity to go look at the recording. It's a little bit more painful than doing the minutes, but it'll provide you more time until we catch up if we fully. So,
I just think it's for the public's point of view, if you have something, even if it says draft, which is what I have done, the August draft minutes. It's something for me to touch, and if I don't have 5 hours to watch the 2-minute piece of paper. It's important, so my request is, could you please post them even if they're draft?
thank you. Are there any?
Yes, thank you again, Rick Ferrall, known as Happy Husband in Rochester. I was thinking earlier today, I grew up in Somersworth, and I did not know, and my father was the city council member, and I was younger when I was there. 71 team now, so there's a little bit of a difference here. But I didn't know any state reps. At this age, I know a lot of them. My wife happens to be one of them, so I'm married to Honorable Mona Paul. Because she was, and I understand what the effort is to become a state representative. And I appreciate you all sitting here and being able to do that. But and I thought to myself, I don't want to be crass, but if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. Now, they don't get paid a lot of money, and I'm gonna say this truthfully, how much I do respect it. But what happens is in the state of New Hampshire versus Ohio or someplace else, because we are 400 state representatives, and because we have a 37 38 delegation, I'm not sure here, but we can run into you in the grocery store. We can run into you out in the street or at a public event. And I believe that's the advantage that New Hampshire has. So when I say that about not being paid much, they should be paid away a lot more. But I understand it's what they call citizens government. And I love that. And what I'm talking about is, and I appreciate Senator Gray pointing out that we could get to have a public input. And if this is the case, I know Susan Rice. And I've had a chance to see her in our city and paying attention to what goes on in our city. I know that you probably all see her at the meetings that are here. And I think it was very well said, Ms. Carroll, thank you, that she really is somebody that can bring people together. She would understand and listen to two sides. I do not know the other person and even where they live. But there may be some question about that. And then there's some domicile thing, and I tried that one time, but the laws have changed. So I understand it's a little bit tighter today. But I would recommend and I would be honored to have Susan Rice sit on your commission, because I think by having her on the commission, she probably is closer up to speed and could be a benefit to all the citizens in Strafford County by putting your approval onto, even though she may be elected from people who don't know her or don't know her district. I do know her, but I believe she'll be an advantage to all of Strafford County. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sean Mickelon is Dover. I will tell you that I really think you guys should consider everything that you're gonna be voting on today. I think guys should be holding yourselves accountable for everything that you're doing. Taxpayers are really suffering out there, and any added money to the budget is actually gonna affect everybody, all the taxpayers. Dover's having a crisis now where people are actually moving out of the city, going into other communities because they can't afford to. People are having a hard time paying for their taxes in general, across the board, throughout the whole county. And it's all about accountability. You guys, I served in the House as well back in 2006, 2008. I signed the chairs. So what I'm asking you guys to do, regardless of your beliefs and your opinions, this is not a partisan politics. This is about the people of Strafford County. So when you guys vote tonight on each of these subjects and talk about these increases, you need to hold yourself accountable to the citizens of Strafford County. So I'm asking you to dig deep down and vote what do you think is the best option for your citizens, not what your party says to do. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Peter Towns of Rochester. I have a question, maybe rhetorical at this point, but what is your motivation for serving, for being here? for being an elected county commissioner or representative? What is your motivation? And if it's not pure heart service to others, then you're in the wrong position. Okay, because if you truly wanted to serve the public's interest and serve others, pure heart and motivation, that is your pure motivation, then the vote tonight would be to allow the people of that district to vote for their commissioner. That would be the true service mentality, pure service motivation, not just a rubber stamp for more money spent on a nursing home that is going nowhere. The millions that were spent on that, on an architect, that think about that money that went out the door, that could have been used somewhere else, okay? The other thing about a true leader, and you are all leaders here, is to know when you don't know. And to bring in maybe other people, to create a committee, people that want to volunteer, people that know construction, people that know engineering, that are not getting paid, but are actually overseeing those people you're gonna pay. So that, guess what? They're not just grifting and trying to make extra money. Okay, so think about that. Because again, if your motivation is pure service of heart, you will think about your vote, forget about politics, forget about, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, I'm conservative, I'm liberal. My heart says, I'm here to serve the people of Strafford County. That's how you should vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Good evening, my name is Mary Hebbard. I'm from Dover. I'm actually here to speak with you tonight about RSA 597-2. Has to do with bail issues. I haven't followed the back and forth, and I don't know if this is a partisan issue for you or not. If more Republicans voted to institute preventive detention as part of this bail RSA, or more Democrats, but it's really not either issue. It's more of a decency and a humanity issue. And so I'm here tonight to tell you that RSAs like this that require preventive detention under certain circumstances do have far-reaching detrimental consequences. And I'm here tonight to petition and ask that this delegation do something about this. So I'm going to give you a real world situation. Well, first of all, in 597-2, there's a provision that if an individual is already out on bail and they are charged with a crime, whether or not they committed it or not, whether or not they've gone through trial for it or not, whether or not they've been convicted for it or not, if you're already out on bail and you are charged with another crime, you immediately go into preventive detention until your trial. This happened to my husband, Rick Hebbard. Last November at the election, during the election time, at our farm stand, we were robbed. My husband detained a young man who committed the robbery. He effectuated a citizen's arrest. When the police came, they brutalized my husband. He was tased once in the back with a probe tase. He was chest tased with a probe taser. He went down. He hit his head. He had a concussion. When they cuffed him, they also broke 3 of his ribs. He was in jail for 9 days. He was released on personal recognizance. At the end of August, there was an allegation that he apparently drove his truck at a jogger. I was in the truck at the time. That is a false allegation. But because my husband is a man of integrity and he speaks his mind and he holds our officials in Dover accountable, especially the police decided that that was a good time to charge him with a felony of reckless conduct with a deadly weapon, which is a vehicle. So he did not pass go. He went directly to preventive detention. At the arraignment that was held the following day, the assistant county attorney, Attorney Barth, made demonstrably false statements to the court, which ensured that my husband would remain in preventive detention. He did the same thing at the recent probable cause hearing. My husband is now back in detention. He's been there for 15 days. In that 15 days, he has lost 14 pounds. He has lost about a pound a day. A normal healthy weight loss is 2 pounds in a week. Because he's losing muscle mass, he's cold all the time. I've already had a conversation with the commissioners tonight. They are going to assist me in helping my husband be as comfortable as he can be, given the circumstances. And I appreciate their help. I'm not here to rag on them tonight. I'm here to say, there's a problem with this law. It's a net that's grabbing in people who don't deserve to be in the jail, who the jail is spending money on that they don't need to spend money on. It's very cold in the jail because my husband is losing muscle mass. He's cold all the time. He spends most of his time under the covers in bed. He's a tall fellow. He's a New England farmer. He's a frugal person. He can pretty much fix anything. But this is a situation where he feels helpless. And I'm his advocate. We're having issues with the medications that he needs to take. He has very specific prescription medications. They're trying to accommodate, but they're not able to give him exactly what he needs. He has food restrictions, religious food requirements. He's finding it hard to eat the food in jail. He's in a position where he is declining. I am worried about him. I don't want him to be in the situation of the other inmate who got so sick that he almost died. I know they won't let that happen. But I'm concerned about starvation. I'm concerned about sleep deprivation. I'm concerned about cold conditions, which will give him hypothermia. It's bad enough if you have one of those situations at a time, but when you have all of them at once, that's a real concern. My husband was approved for a county corrections program to be out on bail, to be able to, if he had to be on house arrest, whatever you have decided, they don't find that he's a risk. And yet if you could have just been there at the last probable cause hearing, the police had previously issued press releases to the media to make sure that they were at the arraignment, to make sure that they were at the probable cause hearing. And the look of glee on Captain Dato's face when he was explaining really that they didn't do much of an investigation, but he was sure they had the right person and they were going to get it. And the same way with the assistant county attorney. It was totally stacked against my husband. Media was there. It's been a media circus. There's been newspaper articles. There's been WMUR coverage because they were invited. There's been so much hate online that I don't even think we can have a fair trial in this county. I think we'll have to go somewhere else. And so we're not the only people who are suffering this situation. It's costing the county corrections a lot of money to keep my husband there, and he doesn't need to be there. My hands are tied because a judge has ruled that based upon the lies of the police department and the county attorney, that he should stay in jail until his trial. His trial for the first incident back in November of last year, long this case will take. The other case has been extended because the state is dragging their feet on giving us exculpatory information. This is what they do. Yes, I know they did.
Can I stop you 1 second?
Yes.
I'm not, first of all, it's a very, very challenging situation you're describing. The only reason I'm stopping you is because, and I'm not trying to interrupt your comments. I think I've been pretty liberal about the time I've given everybody. But I think some of the things that you're saying are relatively inflammatory about staff, which I cannot allow to happen. I think your broader point, which was about the law, particularly about like how your health has been taken into account. But I just would like to stop you in terms of like staff. What you're saying about staff is really inflammatory, and I don't really have a way to verify it. And I think if you could just stick to what your initial point was and finish up, it would be great.
I'm sorry that you feel that way. I'm working with the jail. I have nothing but respect for them because they are stepping to the plate to help. I'm asking for your help because this RSA is going to get somebody killed. You've already had budget issues, you already had an inmate that cost way more money than anybody ever thought. And it's gonna happen over and over and over again with this new law. And so I'm just giving you a real world example. Maybe there's some other people who don't have some of the support I have, or don't have the balls that I have to come up here and talk to you, but I love my husband. And I'm gonna do whatever I need to save him. And I just want you to know there's a problem with the law. It needs to be fixed. This is the time of apparently the cycle where emergency legislation can be enacted. And I would just implore you to please work together to repeal this, or at least put a provision in there that if county corrections, like they have now, say he's not a risk, he should be out, that should be allowed, and that should supersede any rigid, no, you have to go back to jail. So I thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay, if not, we'll move on. That brings us back to where I was, which was the approval of the minutes, March 19th, 2025, the public hearing and the meeting minutes. Oh, did I miss something?
No, I just had a question about the minutes, that's all.
Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead.
There's a motion for.
Computer, let me get the correction. So do I have a motion to approve the March 19th, 2025 public hearing, meeting minutes? Moved by Janet Wall. And seconded by Representative Wade. Now discussion.
That's the last delegation, the March one that we're approving right now?
Yes.
Okay, all right, we're good.
Okay, so are there any other questions on the motion, which is to approve the March 19th, 2025 public hearing minutes, meeting minutes? If not, you're gonna really hate this, because I think the general, at least at the municipal level, when we have somebody who is on Zoom, every vote that we're going to take, and I kid you not, that it's gonna be the motion to adjourn, will be a roll call vote.
Excellent.
It'll add a little bit of time, but I want to make sure that we follow through. So with that, I will ask, do you have a question? Yes.
Before you start, did you ask him if he was alone from? Just that too.
Thank you very much. It's nice to have people correcting me. Representative Oregon, are you alone in the room?
Well, nobody's paying any attention to me. I'm sitting in the restaurant area of a mid-priced hotel in Glasgow, Scotland. There are people coming in and out. They work hard 24 hours a day, keeping the facility clean, but there's nobody who has who I number what I'm doing. So I'm alone.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, are there any other discussion points on the actual minutes? No, all right. So with that, I will ask the clerk to call a roll call vote on the approval of the March 19th, 2025 minutes.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, just a question, you asked a question about being alone in the room, and then we got an answer. Does that answer make a difference, whether he answered yes or no? Because nothing was done.
Public place to do that.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But if you sign off, yes.
yeah, if he signs off, then we can all not have a.
Tim, is there somewhere you can move that's more private?
Yes, I mean, I'll try moving to like part of the hotel where they're not working on cleaning it. So this we've got
Perfect.
So
the thing is, you need to be in a place where it's
Private.
what?
Acknowledge the fact that
Yes,
it's
I know. I'm in a meeting and they're
finding
objecting to the fact I'm sitting in a room where people are working, even though you're just doing your job. Well, my partner's asleep up there, but I understand. You may have heard an exchange I was having with the manager of one of the managers of the hotel, and I appreciate everything they do. So, they're about.
You guys can hear them in place. So.
Now, if
Tim is moving to a private location while he's doing that, the motion on the table, I will continue with the vote, him not voting.
Is it no longer required to be a roll call?
That's correct.
If Tim is not voting, technically, then I could actually even have a voice vote.
Yay, anyway.
Okay, with that, all those in favor of approving the March 19th, 2025 meeting minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So easy. All right. As the clerk, I'm sure it pulled out, Mr. Horgan did not vote and is on his way to a private. Okay. So I have clarity from the county attorney. And so it turns out, Tim, you do not, the only thing you have to do is say why you're not here. There's nothing in the statute that says you have to be alone. Right? You have to identify the people in the room. There's nothing that says.
You can't identify it, like you don't have.
So with that, we have, I'm going to move on.
How many people from the club and what are their names?
As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, if you raise your hand, I will call on you. And at which point you can say something in discussion. Representative,
How many people are in the pub and what are their names? How many people are in the pub and what are their names?
So Tim, are you in a more private place? Okay, while he's working on that, I'm going to move on because we've already completed the minutes. We're not in a voting session. So I'll let Tim settle out his situation. That brings me on to actually a substantive question, which is, here are the recommendations from the executive council for the supplemental appropriation of $1,442,531 for the proposed budget adjustment. As we heard in the commissioner's public hearing, there was what I would describe as really an unusual series of unfortunate events. Somebody asked, you have to live within your budget. And I think anybody who's done a municipal budget will tell you about something called unexpended fund balance. Yep. When you actually do your audit every year, your auditors are going to tell you that you're supposed to hold back about 3%, is that correct? 3 to 5%.
5 to 13%.
5 to 13% is supposed to be held back in unexpended fund balances, so that if you do have a unicorn case like this, you would not ask for a supplemental appropriation, you would take it out of fund balance. Unfortunately, because we are running an exceptionally lean budget and we do balance, there is no mechanism right now to actually, well, we could try to cut funding in the third quarter to make it up. I think it would lead to really catastrophic loss of service for many of our county members, which is why the executive committee recommended the $1.442 million appropriation increase. Representative Walker, your question.
Yes, in Rochester, we have budget, we have a contingency line. Do you, in this budget, have a contingency line that you can use this expenditure?
$5,000. That's the amount the delegation appropriated for the contingency line.
How much is the total budget?
40.
About
No,
42 to 43, yeah.
Do you have a follow-up there?
Yes, I do.
Yep.
I just find $5,000 contingency for a budget this size is laughable, or?
I agree. I'd love for there to be a larger appropriation.
So you did say that you don't have it under the fund balance.
We do not, in fact, we're in deficit.
Representative Warren.
Karen did.
Don't confuse. I'm sorry.
Actually, what we're looking at here is, item 10, which says here, recommendation of the executive committee for supplemental appropriations. Now, there was a recommendation, made by the executive committee, and there was an amendment put on there, so I'd like to have that read, so people know exactly what we're supposed to do here, which is hearing the recommendation of the executive committee.
So we're not at the actual, so I'll read the motion, we're not at the actual motion part yet. But the motion itself is the motion to approve a supplemental appropriation of $1,442,531 for the proposed budget adjustment. Yeah, you can follow.
Maybe you can help me out here, I'm not exactly sure which one, I'm not trying to give here the motion, it says here the recommendation. And I know in one of these recommendations, there was a recommendation, an amendment that I made, it was accepted.
Up to.
That said, up to, and it also said that the county commissioners would, document what action they're taking to cut spending in other places, something to that effect. And I'm just wondering which one of these, is it that is 10, 11, 12, 13, or 14, or 15, whatever?
So I do remember actually executive committee.
Where is?
I think it didn't get.
Point of order.
Western,
We do need to get it. He's correct because I remember seconding it and voting for it. So this is not regular conduct.
yeah.
Yeah, but we have time to get that before we get to the motion.
It's fine.
I'm-
I'll forget it.
Got that amendment.
Move on.
Move on. Yeah.
We have, I mean, that's what. Yeah.
Oh, here, I got it. I got it. Right. It said, Representative Southbridge motion to vote to the executive council's recommendation of delegation of a supplemental appropriation of $1,442,531 to the proposed budget adjustment and encourage the commissioners to reduce spending for the remainder of the budget year whenever possible.
That's what I thought.
Thank you for that correction. Representative Burnham.
Sorry.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
No, it's on. Keep right it on.
Speak right into it. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so, as a member on the executive committee, I do not recall seeing the Strafford County inmate hospital charges. I apologize if I have short-term memory loss, but I do have some questions pertaining to this sheet. I don't know who can answer some of those questions, is that you?
I'll do the best I can, but yes, it was all provided.
Okay, well, I apologize if I didn't notice these things during that meeting. I was just looking at the dates and I'm just kind of curious what happened between May 9th and June 7th for this inmate.
I'm sorry, could I just follow you for a second?
Yeah.
I'll begin.
Yeah, there's two sheets. There's a second one, correct?
Yeah, but it's one out of this. Because there's this one, and then these very same for it, and they're in the hallway.
Yeah, during that time, he went back to Wentworth. Closer to the magistrate. And then And during that time, he went back to Wentworth, then had to go back to Mass General.
Well.
Did that answer the question?
No, not really, because these are date specific, so, and the costs are date specific as well as the location. So from May 9th to June 7th, it doesn't indicate where he was or what it cost to take care of him.
I can only tell you that that was what was included in the last bills that we received. So there will be no more bills for any time period it's not so designated.
Is there possibly a
Representative
typo?
Sally, do you have a question?
I'm just wondering if there's a typo on the sheet and if that should actually say, it says April 19th to
19,
May
it
8th.
should, it
And then
should
the
go.
next line should actually say May 8th to June 9th rather than June 8th to June 9th. I'm just wondering if it's a typo on the sheet rather than a gap in billing.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's a logical explanation.
Representative Jordan?
Yes, I just have a follow-up, I'm sorry, so looking at the adjustments column, I'm just kind of curious, on some line items, there's adjustments. That saves us a lot of money, and then on certain line items, there aren't, is there any specific reason?
There's no rhyme or reason to how insurance companies agree to pay for certain things. I don't know, if anybody's been in the hospital lately. If you have insurance, there's adjustments. Some things are adjusted, some things aren't. So the insurance has agreed, or I'm sorry, the hospitals have agreed to provide those adjustments for that particular procedure. So there's not like a standard amount of X amount per item. It just goes by the items as they are.
Follow one more question, and I believe that I may have asked this, but just for clarification, have these bills been paid yet?
No, we don't have the money.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Denza?
Can I just talk loud?
No.
Oh.
I mean.
Well, I definitely can talk loud. Yeah, right, all right. Oh, it's good, Mike. Oh, great.
We can.
Oh, she's just gonna, yeah, I'm just gonna go. Grandstand. So this is a follow-up question for a question that was asked of you, so. I just think it makes sense for us to have, of course, this gentleman had severe things, so Wentworth Douglas would have been the only place that could have taken care of him. But why can't we just have pricing that's automatically set up for lower cases? So we have Frisbee, we have Portsmouth Regional, we have Wentworth, why don't we have contracts or certain pricing with all?
We can.
Let's do it.
It's just that when we looked the last time, Wentworth Douglas was the most reasonable. But there's no reason not, now that everybody's changed ownership. There's no reason not to check it again, because I can tell you right now, Wentworth Douglas is demanding a renegotiation. Because like I said, they took a beating on this case, so a financial beating on this case, so I'm happy to negotiate. We can look to negotiate with anybody, and I can do that probably between now and the end of the year. In the meantime, of course, in place before we're done.
Yeah, that's great, because I mean, Portsmouth Regional and Frisbee are both owned by HCA. They're being very aggressive right now in the marketplace. They've taken over more things in New Hampshire, so I think it should definitely be looked at.
Happy to do that. Hopefully, we can negotiate with a combination where, as you know, Frisbee is limiting their services in some cases. So it might be helpful if we negotiate with Frisbee and Portsmouth Hospital together. Like we would Wentworth Douglas and Wentworth Douglas and Matt's General. So there'd be two mechanisms for us to negotiate.
Okay.
All right. And I'm sorry, I don't want to mess up here. My honest preference is to negotiate off of a Medicare or a Medicaid rate. Because that way somebody's already looked through the thousands of particular diagnoses that somebody could have. And if we could work off of a discount, off of a Medicare or Medicaid rate, that would be the most logical way to work off.
Well, That's actually, so the amendment that was, we just spent all that time finding, Representative Harrington, would take care of that. If he was able to negotiate, we'd need less than 1.4429 in theory. Are there any other questions? Representative Krasinski?
At the last executive committee meeting, Representative Bailey asked a question about reducing some costs for the county. And I believe we were told some positions could be, not filled or cut. And I think it amounted to something like 200,000 or 300,000. I was wondering how the progress on that is going. The progress is done, but you won't see the benefit of that kind of reduction until next year's budget. When we eliminate a position, of course, we pay out the final benefits that are necessary, like everyone does. And these positions became vacant and other people were asked to step up in their place. Fortunately, the larger cost positions were absorbed by other people. And so you'll begin to see the benefits of that towards the end of this year and as we present next year's budget, which, as you know, is due in January.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was distracted. I can speak.
So, in other words, nothing is going to be off this request.
Not off this request. Are there any other questions, Representative? Let me do Representative Digby first.
I believe this is addressed in the minutes from the last executive committee, but I think it's probably worth reiterating for the full delegation. What happens if we do not pay the bill?
Well, I can only tell you that
Credit rating.
our credit rate would be down the tubes for one thing, because we'd be reported as delinquent. Which would mean when we borrow tax anticipation notes, it's gonna raise our interest rate substantially. That's one thing. Second thing is, we don't have the money to pay the bill. So the bills would be, well, the bill in terms of Wentworth Douglas would be unpaid. And it's gonna reflect on our budget anyway. I mean, the auditor's gonna, it'll push us further in deficit. Which pushes us further into a reduced bond rating or a reduced rating in any borrowing that we do now or in the future. Plus, there's the distinct possibility that Wentworth Douglas won't take our patients. Particularly at the House of Correction and possibly at Riverside. And as you know, there's certainly not a week that goes by that we don't have a couple or three of our 170 residents, or 169 today, residents from Riverside that go to Wentworth Douglas. They haven't threatened that. They've implied a reduced service amount, but they haven't specifically laid out what that means.
Representative Potenza, you have a question?
Yeah, question and kind of, I guess, a statement. So figuring it out, so 1.444 or whatever it is million is about 3.3% of the total budget. That's not including if we get any sort of reprieve, right? Because it could go down lower. And you talked about 8 to 13% of a contingency fund. So we're basically looking for a 3% reduction in spending to cover the cost. Right?
This, as long as the reduction doesn't result in a reduction of revenue. Remember, not all of a reduction as an example, as an example, if we reduce the staff at the House of Correction, we'd have to reduce the number of boarding inmates, which would reduce the revenue $150 a day per inmate. If we reduce the staffing at the nursing home, we'd have to reduce the number of residents, so our resident reimbursement would be reduced. So it's not just reducing the 1.4, it's understanding that there would be a subsequent reduction. And remember, we have 2.5 months left in the year. And also, if the reductions in staffing by our county policy and union agreement, there's at least a 4-week payout. So we're already, only 6 weeks left in the year for any reduction to take place.
But that's obvious when I was saying when it's done budgeting, it's not just the expense line is always the easiest part when you're doing the budget. The tricky part is always the revenue part that you're trying to figure out because it comes late and you're always trying to figure out how that'll do with budget. And so that's what makes it really challenging here because one, you're gonna suffer loss of revenue, and two, there are some positions that we just can't, are necessary, we can't kind of.
Yeah, and I agree. I don't think we should be touching anything that has to do with the jail. I know what the jail has done to get, they're on a, I don't wanna say skeleton crew, but they're already at that level now, and they've done a lot of efficiency work, but I think there's other areas that we could be looking at. And, it's not even just, I understand revenue, but budgeted expenses, 3%. I just think that we should be doing everything that we possibly can, so, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other Representative Bailey?
When we're talking $150, again, when we're talking $150, that sounds like the same amount of money we're expected to get for an ICE prisoner.
That's correct, sir.
Oh,
Sure.
I don't think it's ever been demonstrated what it actually costs to keep an ICE.
I said that to you, Representative Bailey. Our cost minus revenue is $41 a day for the year before last. For this year, it's about $45 a day. Now, if we subtract the revenue from that, the revenue meaning that we offset with ICE and with the US Marshal, if we didn't have those inmates, our costs would be probably closer to $180 a day, which is what is consistent with the balance of the other counties.
If you got rid of the ICE prisoners, this is no longer an ICE facility, you could get rid of the staff that watches ICE prisoners. And how would that pan out in terms of cost versus?
Well, we would say, first of all, it's not an equal thing.
Well, this job program is well nice.
Hold on, I guess
I was just trying to answer.
he's trying to answer your question, first off, I let him answer, but the question that you're asking about like ICE and other things, we are gonna revisit all of those questions because that's when we do the next budget. You'll be dealing with that. Unfortunately, this is not the normal budget process when you're talking about reductions and staff and all this. This is an emergency appropriation where we don't have enough money to pay our bills. And so it's a different animal. As was pointed out by the commissioners, it's not a normal occurrence. It's not. And, again, besides talking about budget reductions, as I mentioned before, the fund balance or undesignated fund balance to be able to do this needs to be thought. When you're always looking at the smallest budget, sometimes this is what happens. And that's the best I can say. So is there any other questions pertaining to the 1.44 million?
I'm gonna assert that did pertain, and they mentioned the $150.
Okay.
There's a question online.
Tim, you have a question?
First of all.
Yes, several, I believe there's at least 4 municipalities in Strafford County that have tax caps. And I believe we can do this without breaking the tax caps, but the county, isn't it, if I understand correctly, it's not bound by any of the municipalities' tax caps. So we don't have to, it's a good practice to stay within those tax caps, but we don't have to. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So are there any other questions? As I said, it's an unusual situation. And we will, again, have more in-depth conversations about what that actually looks like going forward in January, when we have the public hearing and break down into subcommittees to talk about the budget. All right, with that, then I'll move on. The next thing with the budget was, the next thing is to hear recommendation of the executive committee to increase the amount to be raised by taxes on the Strafford County 2025 budget from $41,995,000 to 41,995,908 to $43,438,439. And so this, what they're saying is, if you approve the supplemental appropriation, it needs to be placed in the budget so that the municipalities can be taxed and we can collect the revenue to pay our bills. Does that pretty much sum it up?
That's correct.
Are there any questions on, this section? Obviously, the executive committee recommended that we raise the budget because we want to pay the $1.44 million bills. All right, that moves me on to the next one, and we're kind of sequentially working to fix the problem. The next one is, hear the recommendation of the executive committee to approve the third round of the tax anticipatory note borrowing up to the amount of $1.442,531 in 2025. So we are just said we're gonna tax the municipalities to collect the money to pay our bills. Unfortunately, the revenue doesn't come in immediately and we still have to pay our bills. And so what the tax anticipatory note does, it allows us to borrow the money to pay our bills so that when the revenue comes in, we can pay off what money we borrow. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions on that? Okay, that moves me to the next one, which is, hear the recommendation from the executive committee to approve the revenue anticipation note borrowing up to the amount of $6,962,000. So in this case, this is a normal practice in the budget. There is a gap or a lag between the time that you bill and the time that you actually collect the revenue. And so this borrowing allows the county, and it has happened before. It's common practice. It allows the county to borrow the money to pay its bills while it's getting the revenue in. Of course, if our revenue came in faster, we wouldn't have to borrow money. Is that something else?
That does, that sums it up.
Question?
Okay. Right, okay, so the amount here of the 6982, is that changed by the other items, the 1,400,000 something, or is this what we're going to borrow regardless of whether those other items come up or not, just as a normal practice that we do, because expenditures come in before revenues?
We'd actually have to add the 1.4 because we're borrowing both.
Right. Yeah. So they've done it, the way they've done it is separately. They have a separate loan on the 1.4, right?
It's called a different name. One's called a tax anticipation note because it's offset by the amount we'll collect in taxes in December. The other is a revenue anticipation note because that's against the revenue that we will be collecting primarily from the nursing home and the House of Correction. In fact, almost exclusively from the nursing home.
Follow up.
Yeah.
So item 13, if this thing had never happened, the patient going down to Boston and all that other stuff, item 13 would be the same as it is right now.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Any other questions?
Ready from?
Are there any other questions on that, like sequencing of budgets? No? All right, with that, we'll move on to like the more, the business part of it then, which is the first one I'll entertain, and I have the corrected language of it. A motion to approve the supplemental appropriation of $1.442,531 for the proposed budget adjustment. And encourage the commissioners to reduce spending for the remainder of the budget year whenever possible. Questions? Well, let me, first of all, I need someone to make the motion, and we'll get to discussion then.
Yes.
So moved.
I would actually make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, I make a motion, to approve a supplemental appropriation of $1,442,000
$531 for the proposed budget adjustment and encourage the commissioners to reduce spending for the remainder of the budget year whenever possible.
Do I have a second? I believe Representative Selig had, second.
I'd like to speak to my motion.
And then Representative Southwood, would you like to speak to the motion?
So we were,
All right, we got it.
we were forewarned about this. The bills are due. I appreciate the leadership giving us really clear reasons and a mathematical summary of all the problems that got added together. I don't think it's reasonable to cut the current budget. I'm concerned that there may actually be more federal and state cuts headed our way. And for those of the executive committee, I would like eventually a summary of how this change actually affects the different communities. My sense is spreading the amount of money over the whole county is not actually going to be large tax increases, but I'd like to know the facts. So,
Representative Wade, you had a question?
I just wanted to preemptively confirm, can we check in with Representative Morgan to ensure that he is in a private space, for any future voting?
Thank you.
Yes, yes, they provide, well, I did have to speak to one of the employees of the Premier Inn in downtown, in city center, Glasgow. They did provide me a space where they finished cleaning it, they finished working on it, so I have it to myself. So that's my only other alternative would be either to sit in the hallway, which is not really private space, or to go back to my room where my partner is sound asleep. So I think I'm
yes, you're
I'm
allowed.
sufficiently aware. And also these individuals are here, they live 3,000 miles away from Strafford County.
Thank
That's my
God.
knowledge. None of them are citizens of the United States, certainly not of Strafford County, New Hampshire. So they're really.
Thank you very much. Just to speak for my second, I just want to commend the commissioners for recognizing we had a problem that was completely unanticipated. It's one of the reasons why towns and the county all have a substantial fund reserve balance for situations like this. It's just like if in your house you had an unexpected pipe burst and your home insurance doesn't cover it. If you don't have the money in the bank, you gotta find it. Like sad that this has happened. I'm sad that we have to incur the costs, but I'm glad that we are doing the right thing by the law, which is following up and taking care of the medical care of someone we are legally responsible to take care of their medical care. And I think we need to follow through by taking care of our own bills. Thank you.
Are there anyone else like to speak to the motion? Representative Gorman.
A serious question. Get them.
Okay, can you hear me? Yep, thank you. Just a thought. I've had experience paying a lot of medical bills. I had a daughter that had scoliosis, which is a surgery that probably costs over $100,000. So I was in arrears. Okay, costs a lot of money. Insurance did cover it, wrote some of it off, I'm sure. And however, as those bills accumulated, they went away. So I looked into it and well, I still actually write portions off. And come January is going to be a year. So if we took some of those amounts in January, and maybe part of the January 28th or 29th or 30th, that's about $112,000. So by the time the county gets their money from the town and the cities in December or January, whenever that comes through, it's the 17th of December, my birthday, which is a great time. I'm just kind of curious, if they waited the end of January to pay that, and that part is written off, what happens to that money?
I think that would go into unexpended fund balance.
The government doesn't have that luxury of ignoring those bills. And they're not gonna write it off. I've tried everything I can to lower it with the assistance with the assistance from the lady from the House of Correction, who, you're right, it's my wife. Who's actually worked with the county longer than I have. We're a late in life marriage. We've only been married a few years, or 5 years, to be exact. In any case, and in talking to our auditors, because we obviously have to discuss this with our auditors, we can't just spring it on them. And discussion with the Department of Revenue Administration, because they're not setting the local tax rate, waiting for this meeting. We can't just let it go. Our auditors are gonna charge us. It just puts us into a further deficit and a further problem that we need to address.
I mean, I'll just say again, I just said it, if we approve the 1.442 million and somehow magically everything went away, it would go in, what we did not spend would go into unexpended fund balance, so that's the answer to the question. Is there anything
Yes,
else to speak
that's
about?
the answer I was looking for. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the taxpayers in Strafford County are going to incur an increase in their taxes from this. Once this bill is paid off, can we let them know that the taxes will be reduced?
Well, I guess that would be up to the delegation, in the next year's budget.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to follow your question. So once we paid off this fiscal year, would we reduce, that really will depend on the budget that comes forth and what the delegation approves. So to be continued in January. Representative Bailey?
Has it ever happened that one budget were less than the prior budget?
Not in my 14 years of experience in doing budgets.
So that's why. Yeah, he was here.
It's a good question, but I'm gonna move us on to the motion. If there are no further questions, I'll ask the clerk. As I said, because we have, someone in Scotland, we will do a roll call vote on the motion. And again, I'll read it one last time. Motion to approve supplemental, appropriation of $1.442 for $531 for the proposed budget adjustment and encourage commissioners to reduce spending for the remainder of the budget year whenever possible.
Excuse me, can I divide the motion? Divide the question.
Divide the question? Question is the money versus the encouragement.
No.
The question is.
No, I don't think so.
No.
I can't imagine how you can divide it.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Bailey?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
Bixby?
Yes.
Burnham?
No.
Butler?
Yes.
Lady Coolin? No. The Loomis?
For the taxpayers, no.
The Roy?
No.
England?
Yes.
Barrington?
No.
Gilmore?
Yes.
Granger?
No.
Harrington?
No.
Oregon?
Yes. For the taxpayers, yes.
Yes, so our credit rating doesn't decrease.
All right. Thank for that.
Yeah. Taxpayers.
Johnson?
Yes.
Kaczynski?
No.
Lamontaine? Yes. La Rochelle?
Yes.
Right. Yes. Miller?
Yes.
Pearson?
Yes.
Potenza?
No.
Schmidt?
Yes.
Selig?
Yes.
Jeff Smith?
Yes.
Southworth?
Yes.
Todd?
No.
Wade?
Yes.
Walker?
No.
Wall?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes. In 2018, motion passed.
Wait.
No. 2012. 2012, motion passes. But that brings us to the next motion. The motion is to, approve, or someone will need to make a motion. The motion would be to approve an increase in the amount to be raised by taxes of Strafford County 2025 budget from $41,995,908 to $43,238,439. Representative Southworth?
Thank you. My motion is to approve increase in the amount to be raised by taxes on the Strafford County 2025 budget from $41,995,908 to $43,438,439.
All right, so we have a motion made by Representative Southworth. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Howard. Is there any discussion on the
I'll
motion?
speak tonight.
Speak to the motion, Representative Southworth.
Thank you. I think we have discussed this, obviously, having passed the last motion, it makes sense to pass this motion.
Are there any other thoughts on this?
Well,
Representative Bailey?
I guess it would make sense if you voted yes on the prior motion. It would not make sense if you voted no on the prior.
Thank you. With that, I will ask the clerk to do a roll call. Again, the motion is motion to approve an increase in the amount to be raised by tax on Strafford County 2025 budget from $41,995,908 to $43,438,439.
Bailey,
No.
Fay,
Yes.
Bixby,
Yes.
Burnham,
No.
Butler,
Yes.
Dee Dee Coolin, no. The Loomis,
No.
DeRoy,
No.
England,
Yes.
Barrington,
No.
Gilmore,
Yes.
Granger,
No.
Harrington,
No.
Corrigan,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kaczynski,
No.
Lamontaine, yes. La Rochelle,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Pearson,
Yes.
Capenza,
No.
Schmidt,
Yes.
Selig,
Yes.
Jeff Smith,
Yes.
Southworth,
Yes.
Turcott,
No.
Wade,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Wall,
Yes.
and Collins.
Yes. Motion passes 20-12. All right, which brings us to the next motion, which is, the motion to approve a third round of tax anticipatory note borrowing up to the amount of $1.442,531 in 2025. Do I have someone who wants to make the motion? Well, let me do the motion, then I'll go to the question. Representative Southworth, would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I make a motion to approve the third round of tax anticipation note borrowing up to the amount of $1,442,531, 2025, and to authorize the commissioners to obtain tax anticipation notes for up to $1,442,531 to pay the county's obligations for the remainder of 2025.
Seconded by Representative Wall. Yeah, I'm just gonna clarify, did you wrap this, the other motion, the 6.9 million in there?
That's
No.
next.
Okay, that's next, okay, so let me get back to you, Representative, Walker.
The previous motion only went from, 41,995 to 43,438. Was that increase in the amount that were 1,442?
Yes.
But why are we doing it again?
So what we're doing now, so that was to raise the amount for taxation. The third thing that we're doing is to borrow the money to cover the 1.442 million until we get it.
I just have one story.
Okay, Representative South.
Well, again, speaking to my motion, so this third part is to cover us until we get the property taxes from the cities and towns. And they all have different timelines, so we have to borrow this ahead of time, but it'll get reimbursed.
I understand all that. But if you're borrowing with a can, the whole 43,4,
No, this is 1 million.
I understand this motion, the previous one, that we authorized going into a can for the 43 million. That was not a can.
It was just increasing the budget.
That was increasing the budget, that wasn't a tax, so.
Because what we approved, the amount we've approved as an increase, now it's gonna be added into the budget. Which brings it up to 43.
The total budget we passed, you already have a can for that already?
It's already there.
I'll let the, one of our.
The previous budget has, we already have cans for that. Yes, so.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, other, Representative Harrington.
Yeah, just a question on how this all works. Now, we're gonna turn around and, when it's going to pass, and it's going to, the county's gonna borrow money to pay the bill. And then they're gonna raise the amount to be, raised by taxes to cover what they borrow. Now, how does that get back to the towns? I mean, I assume the towns have already been billed for taxes for this year?
Not the supplemental appropriation.
This will just be added to them, but this will be an additional bill or just, or they haven't got one yet at all?
They haven't got one yet at all.
We're just gonna increase the amount.
I'm sorry, yes, sir. The Department of Revenue Administration is waiting.
Wait for the tax county.
They're waiting for this.
Yes, and then they'll set the tax count rate.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
And that's the information that I'm gonna provide to Representative Southworth.
Other question on the motion, Representative Potenza?
So this doesn't include, we don't really know the interest implications, correct?
That's right.
No, we do not.
They'll have to go out to bid.
Other questions, we go out to bid whole hat.
All right. Seeing no other questions, I will, ask the clerk to call a roll, and I'll do the question I'll do the motion one more time, just for clarification. The motion is to approve a third round of tax anticipated note borrowing up to the amount of $1,442,531 in 2025.
After comes the roll call.
No.
Fay,
Yes.
Bixby,
Yes.
Burnham? No. Burton? Butler,
Yes.
Dee Brulin? No. Loomis?
No.
Roy?
No.
England?
Yep.
Barrington?
No,
Gilmore?
Yes.
Granger?
No.
Paul, Harrington?
No.
Morgan?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Krasinski?
No.
Montagne,
Yes.
Rochelle,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Pearson,
Yes.
Potenza,
No.
Schmidt,
Yes.
Selig,
Yes.
Jeff Smith,
Yes.
Southworth,
Yes.
Turcott,
Nope.
Wade,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Wall,
Yes.
and Howard.
Yes. The Groundhog Day, 2012 motion passes. That moves us on to the next and final motion. Representative Walker?
I have a quick question for Mr. Bauer.
Absolutely.
Is it the practice of the county to go out for a tan for the entire budget?
We can't. The federal arbitrage laws say that we can't go out for a tan from anything longer than 6 months expenditure.
No, not the time period. But is it the practice of the county to take a tan out for the entire 40-something million for the budget?
No, we can't, because we can't spend it in the 6 month period. We can only take out what we can spend in the 6 month period. So we have to have a cash flow done out. And that cash flow needs to be reviewed by bond counsel, or in this case, TAN counsel.
So if we didn't go out for a tan for the 1.4 million, county couldn't have a cash flow enough to cover that?
No, sir.
Do you have a question?
You have a question?
No.
All right, so I agree, I read it, I need someone to make a motion. Representative Southwood, so that can make
I'm certainly. I make a motion to approve an amount up to $6,960.
6 million. Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Adjourn.
Let's try again. It's a motion to approve an amount up to 6,000. Take my ID class. 6,962,000 for the revenue anticipation note borrowing under the authority of RSA 29(8) in anticipation of collecting 2025 nursing home and house corrections revenue in 2026.
Motion was made by Representative Southwood, seconded by Representative Wall. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to the motion? Representative DeRoy?
There's a typo on this. The first number says 6,692,000, and then in the next line, 2 lines down, it says 6,962,000. Which one is it?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Well, who's gonna correct that?
With the 669.
It'll be 6692.
Can I correct the motion?
So the motion corrected, so the top number is correct, the small. It's 6,692,000, it should be, that should be in the second line as well.
So it's the higher number.
It's lower. The motion is.
Okay, so on the agenda, you have it as 6-9.
It's
And all the agenda lists as well. The agenda has it as 692.
I'd just say up
So
to.
we should probably check that.
Yeah, and it does say 6-9.
Administrator Bowers,
It's 6692.
Okay, so, to clarify this, let me hold it off.
Are you
Sandy?
Are you sure? Because it's in here as 6-9 as well. Yeah.
Could I just have our finance director
Please, yeah,
address it,
because on
please?
the letter, it's got it as 6-9 as well.
Diane, would you,
The amount on the agenda is 6,962,000, and that is the correct amount that we're
we are requested.
Okay, so I'm going to, Tom, you got it? You got it?
Yeah.
So the motion should, as read, I'm gonna pull it out, is the motion should be to approve the issuance of $6,962,000 in revenue anticipation note borrowing under the authority of RSA 29A. So I think.
And it's up to.
Let me correct it, up to. That's the motion. So we have a motion, we have a second. I'll ask the clerk to have a roll call vote on the motion.
Bailey,
Hey.
Bay,
Yay.
Bigby,
Yes.
Burnham,
No.
Butler,
Yeah.
Edie Poolin. No. The Loomis,
No.
DeRoy,
No.
England,
Yes.
Barrington, Gilmore,
Yes.
Granger,
No.
Harrington,
No.
Oregon,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kaczynski. Lamontagne. Yes. La Rochelle.
Yeah.
Lillard,
Yes.
Pearson,
Yes.
Potenza,
No.
Schmidt,
Yes.
Selig,
Yes.
Jeff Smith,
Yes.
Southworth,
Yes.
Turcott,
No.
Wade,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Wall, and Helen.
Yes.
Can he vote? No, he was out of the room when the vote was called.
So the 20 to 11 motion passes, and that gets us done with all the budgetary stuff. All right, that moves us on to the next phase, so.
I'd like to make a motion, actually. Sorry.
Okay,
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion because we voted no on the first one that had that little statement about we'll try to do our best. I think it needs to be a little bit more than that. So I'd like to make a motion to request for a subcommittee to review the remainder of the year budget and expenses for a way to reduce the 1.4.
Point of order, that'd be new business, wouldn't it?
yeah,
I don't believe this is the proper time to take a vote.
you would have to do this under other business, which is later in the agenda.
All right, it's coming. Everybody's gonna vote yes.
All right, so that brings us to the next phase of our meeting. So this is an unusual circumstance. We had a commissioner move out of district, and therefore the commissioner has to be replaced. I heard in the public hearing talking about an election. This is not an election. This is where the delegation is actually appointing a candidate to fill the slot until the election in November of 2026. We are fortunate that we had.
Yeah.
Yes,
This is a comment, it's directly germane to this.
okay,
Okay, I mean, people, I think a lot of people know that there was a complaint filed, under election law complaint filed with the Department of Justice, on this, and it's an ongoing investigation that hasn't been resolved. So I therefore move to postpone voting for a new county commissioner until the pending Department of Justice investigation into the eligibility of one of the candidates is complete.
Second.
hold on, give me 1 second. Yes, so we have a motion to postpone.
Postpone voting for a new county commissioner until the pending this Department of Justice investigation into the eligibility of one of the candidates is complete.
So the motion is by Representative Harrington, is seconded by Representative Bailey. Anyone like to speak to the
I
motion?
will speak to the motion.
Okay.
There's a lot going on here. I'm not trying to make any accusations to anybody, but there's been a lot of questions raised as to the legitimacy of the residency involved here. And being actively pursued and investigated by the Department of Justice. I think we look rather foolish if we found out that we voted somebody in, and then they turned around 2 weeks from now and found out they weren't eligible to hold the position. So all I'm saying is, let's delay the vote so that investigation is complete. We can go forward without worrying about us being overturned or made to look like fools by the Department of Justice.
Yeah. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to the motion? Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully agree with Representative Harrington's motion. I will also add for the benefit of anybody in the room who is not aware, there was a recent decision by the Department of Justice on a very similar issue called it was the Department of Justice versus Jeffrey Berlin, and it happened to deal with an issue in Durham. So I would use extreme caution for anybody who may be involved with this, and I would fully support Representative Harrington's motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'll speak to the motion myself. There was an allegation, so the law is, and we had kind of a introduction by the senator talking.
Point of order.
Yes.
We operate under Robert's rules, Mr. Chairman, and as the chairman of the delegation, you are not eligible to respond to every motion or question that's out here. Your job is to run the meeting, not insert your opinion into the discussion.
Robert's rules allow for discussion.
Fair enough. I'll let that, no need to belabor it. So, there is already a motion, a second. I have lost my clerk, so you're gonna have to bear with me.
It's not, there's more discussion.
There's more discussion, Representative Selig.
Yeah, so Representative Turcott referenced someone running from Durham and being charged for voting illegally in Durham, although he wasn't charged for running illegally from Durham. With his residency status, which is a whole separate issue. I know that there's been a lot of insinuation about Kansas. And I know that we've also been given some documentation that proves that insinuation and allegation is false. And or not relevant. Maybe at the time that it was brought up, there's one question, but it's been proven that it's irrelevant at this stage. And so I'm just wondering how many people applied for the position and what our options are in terms of this process.
There's 2 applications.
There's only 2 applications. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at Representative?
Well, going back to the beginning, normally, I've been through this once before, basically each party makes a nomination and then we vote. So there usually are 2. And that's the situation we're in now. I feel both candidates are legitimate, so I'm ready to continue tonight.
Can I call a caucus on this motion? A 5-minute caucus?
Certainly. All right, we will be fast.
Before we get into a caucus, can we finish the discussion?
Absolutely.
Okay. Can I discuss?
Dan.
Okay. I think it's really, really important that we aren't, I think it's really important because we aren't any judge or jury here. So, a constituent came with information. It's being investigated by the officials that do that. If anyone in this committee has received information in regards with this case, they shouldn't have, because it should be specifically between the candidate and the Department of Justice. So if anybody's getting documents or any of that kind of stuff, that shouldn't be happening, because it's an ongoing active investigation. I spoke with the Department of Justice today. They're not gonna speak to this, but it needs to carry out. So why would we take a vote on something in a preliminary fashion. It just doesn't make sense. We don't have the right to make any decisions at this point. There's an independent party, that's what they do. Dick Tracy, Brendan O'Donnell, this is their job. So I really think we need to let them do their job.
Right. I agree.
Anyone else to speak to the motion?
I have a question.
Representative,
Yeah, I'm new kid on the block here. I'm just curious, where the evidence is here to say that this person is not. That doesn't, I don't have any of that information here, so I can't make a judgment other than what you tell me. So if there is proof, or you just told me, there's nothing here in front of me to tell me.
hold on.
That's not proof to me that this person doesn't live here. This here, all this document is I had to prove that I lived where I lived to run. I would like, I know, oh my God, I want information, I want facts. Is that possible?
Mr. Chairman.
Does, I assume we're talking about Wesley and Luciano?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of.
It might be inappropriate, but, you know, facts.
Okay.
Be proved.
Now, does Leslie Ann Luciano have a license to 55 North Main Street, Rochester? Is she also registered at that same address? And is that address in her district?
I raised my hand. Can I speak up, please?
No, I asked the chairman.
So the question asked of me, does Leslie Feliciano have, things to prove residence in the district? And the answer is yes. The candidate has provided, so there was an motion, I'll just explain what I found. So I am, the delegation has a policies and procedures committee. We looked at both candidates' resumes, which were both really great. They told their story. Additionally, the law is that you need to be a resident when you take the job. And so the question is when you're elected, so which would be after tonight, if you proceed. So I called the candidate and asked her about it after I'd heard of the allegation. The candidate has responded, I believe, to the inquiry. She has provided a lease at 55 Main Street in Rochester. She has provided her driver's license, which is 55 Main Street, Rochester. And she has provided her car registrations, which were 55 Main Street, Rochester. And so the heart of the allegation was proving that she actually resided in the community. The candidate has provided to both us and the Department of Justice evidence to show that in fact she does meet it. So that's just answering the question. Are there any other Representative Potenza?
Okay, so the application came in from the candidate in an address in Farmington. He signed based upon pains and penalties of perjury that says she lives at 545 10 Rod Road or whatever it is in Farmington. Okay, so that's when it happened on August 20th. She sent an application to this entire delegation that we all got that has an address in Farmington. So just because she decided to switch, that doesn't matter. So none of that matters. What was put forward was not accurate. So it's great that it's changed, but she's not qualified now. So that's really what it comes down to.
So actually, that's not completely correct.
It actually is.
So I'm just gonna answer, and I'm not trying to, I'm just interpreting what the rule is. So the rule, as I mentioned, so the candidate is able to file, I assume she'll be able to speak to it, but where she resided when she was putting her application, she has subsequently moved. The law, the heart of the law says that you must be living in the district to accept the job. And, from the evidence that the candidate has provided, she's shown clear evidence that in fact she lives in. So in other words, I could have applied, it's just theoretically, I'll put this out. If I was an individual and I lived in Durham right now, I could have applied to that district. I could have put in my application, but with the understanding that when the vote came and I was voted into office, I would have to be able to show that I resided in the actual district. The representative, or excuse me, Ms. Feliciano has in fact provided that evidence and has provided not only to us, but has provided also to the Attorney General. So that's just clarifying what was asked of me. So that brings me back to the discussion, Representative Walker.
Mr. Chairman, it is inappropriate to vote with an active investigation going. Do you work for the Department of Justice?
So I will answer actually what happened to us as legislators, and I believe this was in 2022. There was an active investigation of the representative for not living in the district. The representative was allowed to serve the entire term and vote consequentially while the investigation still occurred. So there, in terms of precedent, it already has occurred. I think semantically, you could, I think if this is a case where you would not vote for the person, so be it, that you would vote for it. But I think, I'm going to try to move us through this motion and then move forward. So Representative Johnson.
We don't, yeah, I agree.
You do not have that right, sir.
I requested a 5-minute caucus.
Oh, I'm finishing the discussion. I'll get to you, Scott.
May we please have clarification on the law from the county attorney? And will she please answer the question, is there anything preventing us from voting on this now?
Thank you.
My interpretation of the law, and that's 655(9) county offices hold the office of county commissioner, sheriff, county attorney, county treasurer, register of deeds, or register to probate. The person shall at the time of his or her election inhabited who resides actually permanently in the county for which he or she is chosen. Then it goes on to say the commissioner has to be in the district with the same language. Now, I would note that does not say domicile, it says resident, which is actually less stringent than domicile. And there's the time of elections about it.
Can I follow up on that?
So just a second question is there anything saying that somebody's under investigation? No.
No.
Representative Bixby.
So if this motion passes, then we would be putting this off until we get confirmation from the Department of Justice that the information that we've been given tonight is in fact correct. Now, that would involve us coming back for another session in a few weeks. And that, how much does that cost?
Oh my.
Are you kidding?
I have no idea what that costs, but in your point, I will clarify, if this motion was to pass, we have to wait for the Department of Justice to decide. I would then have to call another meeting, which we would have to notice, and so my assumption is it would be another meeting towards the end of one. In terms of cost, I can't quantify the cost because there's still a quorum of the county commissioners, so they're still able to carry out county business. They could function. So I don't see a cost.
Almost here over.
Except actually us coming here, you'll all get paid mileage. Advertising,
Staff time, you're probably looking at a couple $1,000 from that, not 1.4.
Okay, Representative South.
Thank you. Another question, for Artie. My understanding, if the worst case scenario was that our commissioner candidate did get bumped, wouldn't we just have to start over again? No. We wouldn't take the second place commissioner, we'd have to start over.
Why are you talking about second place? I'm sorry, or if they get.
If for some reason the Attorney General overturned our vote.
They're aware.
Would
If the candidate was declared ineligible, we'd have to put out.
we have to go back to advertising, getting several
No.
candidates?
Right, because you still have to vote for the candidate.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be automatically, it would go to the other person.
Correct, you have to
Thank you.
vote for the candidate, by majority.
Yeah.
All right, any other representative?
Mr. Chairman, yeah,
I will.
I may hand raised.
Representative Morgan.
Okay, thank you.
I think we have to read the full 655-9. In addition, to hold the office of county commissioner, a person shall be an inhabitant who resides actually and permanently in the district from which he or she may be chosen to represent, and shall cease to represent such district immediately on his or her ceasing to be qualified as aforesaid. I really believe that you have to take it all into account, because this isn't really just an election. You actually had, in a sense, you guys closed. You opened it up and then you closed it. And during that period of time is where all of the information was put forward. And that information has now changed. And like I said, we are not qualified here to make these decisions. And with all due respect to our county attorney, I specifically asked the DOJ today, I talked to them 3 times, if I should talk to you specifically, and they told me not to, because this is in their purview.
Okay.
I called for a caucus.
Oh, excuse me, I forgot, Representative Morgan, I forgot.
Thank you, yes. The 2024 election of the law, one of the laws relating to eligibility for county commissioner, including 655-9, which I think that Representative Potenza quoted. That's the current version of the law that was passed after the 2024 election. And Senator Gray alluded to a ballot law commission meeting with several, at least 2 of members of his delegation attended, and he kind of attacked me for my role in that. But the law that applied to the 2024 election said that the county commissioner, that they had those county commissioner districts, but they neglected, or anyway, the law that existed at the time didn't have that restriction that you had to live in your district. That was passed earlier. That applies to the 2026 election, and it would not have applied to a special election if that was how we chose county commissioners. But yeah, so
actually to postpone. So we speak to the motion. Okay. All right, so I think we've got Representative Burnham.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just have a question. How many delegation members live within this district that are here presently? The district that this commission position is open.
District one.
How many?
That's right, so we're the ones that really should be making the decision. Yeah, that's.
If we're gonna do this kind of thing, then, and make up some rules along the way, it should be up to the delegation that this commission position represents. We know our district best. Right?
But that's not the law, actually.
Okay, so when it comes to next year and we're out there knocking on doors, we'll be happy to let everybody know how well you handle this.
That's your prerogative. Okay, so I'm gonna now take a 5-minute break, caucus. 10 minutes, reasonable, and we'll get back here at 9:50. Okay. All right, so, we are back from caucus. The motion on the table is to postpone the vote on the county commissioner until the completion of the Department of Justice investigation. I am going to have a clerk, our substitute clerk, call the roll. It's, again, back to a roll call.
And I apologize, I came into the substitute role, late. Who made the initial motion?
Sorry,
Mike Harrington.
Harrington made the motion and it was seconded by Bailey.
Representative Delegate, where you start, yeah, Representative, Rebecca, and the thing.
So is the recording back on?
Yes.
And I muted? Okay.
Yes. Just to clarify, I'll have Representative, Levack. You had to leave, I think it's because of driving. You had to leave because of driving, I believe it was. And are you in the room alone?
I am in my living room. My parents are in and out, just because my dad is getting ready for work right now. I did have to leave because of that. We just have one car family.
Thank you.
I'll now call the roll. Representative Bailey.
As they say in Glasgow, I.
Representative Bay.
They.
Bixby.
No.
Burnham.
Aye.
Butler.
Say in Scotland.
Go. Dee Bullen.
Yeah.
Jalemus.
Yes.
DeRoy.
Yes.
England.
No.
Barrington.
Yes.
Gilmore.
No.
Granger.
Aye.
Harrington.
Yes.
Oregon.
No,
Howard.
No.
Johnson.
No.
Kudinski.
Yes.
Valentine.
No.
La Rochelle.
No.
Lewis.
No.
Clerk votes no. Pearson.
No.
Potenza.
Yes.
Schmidt.
No.
Selig.
Nope.
Jeff Smith.
No.
Southworth.
No.
Turcott.
Yes.
Wade.
No.
Walker.
Yes.
Wall.
No.
And Chair.
No.
Vote is defeated 12-20.
Okay, so that moves us on then to the introductory speeches from the candidates to serve out the remainder of District 1 Commissioner term. We have two candidates. The microphone is up there. It would be nice if you, the letters that both wrote were outstanding. If you could give us a 5-minute introduction, try to keep it brief, of why you think. And I'm gonna start out because you mentioned it comes to all meetings. Susan Rice, would you please step up and give us your introduction? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Rice and I reside at 159 Kenrod Road in Rochester, New Hampshire. That is in Ward 5 and my business is located in Ward 6 in Rochester. And I am running to serve as your next Strafford County Commissioner for District 1. I have lived in New Hampshire my entire life. 26 of those years right here in Strafford County. District 1 stretches from the city wards of Rochester and Somersworth to the countrysides of Milton, Middleton, Farmington, and New Durham. Different communities, yes, but all share one thing: a deep respect for hard work, responsibility, and the idea that public service means delivering results. For the past 2+ years, I have been involved by attending weekly commissioner meetings, executive and delegation meetings, and the subcommittee meetings regarding the nursing home. I have strived to reach across the aisle after the failed second vote of the new nursing home. For months, during public comment, during weekly commissioners meetings, I asked the commissioners to quote unquote extend the olive branch. As I told them that my personal opinion was that I thought you were a lot closer than what they thought. I was very pleased and honestly, I was thrilled when Chairman Howland announced the subcommittee. These meetings have been very informative and allowed the diversity of viewpoints to be discussed. I have learned a lot. The role of a county commissioner. As county commissioner, my job is clear. Ensure every office from the registry of deeds to law enforcement meets its statutory obligations. From the House of Corrections to the nursing home to CAP and all of the other services, one must be able to interact and understand the scope and nature of the services and how to best utilize them for our constituents. We're also charged with balancing the budgets, managing county property and infrastructure, and overseeing programs efficiently and transparently. Follow the statutes like the right to know law, guaranteeing public access to information while maintaining the integrity. I am fully engaged and I can bring it forward. I can bring informed, timely leadership to every challenge from day one. Leadership isn't about sitting in the seat. It's about making decisions that protect the public, support the staff, and above all else, honor the law. The county faces a lot of challenges. We just approved, for argument's sake, $1.4 million. There was our deficit leading. I also have questions, Mr. Bow, with regards to the federal delays and the federal shutdown and how that is going to affect our reimbursements, adding possibly pressure to an already tight budget. I have sat at these meetings from week to week and I watched these commissioners face some really tough choices. One being the $1.4 million in unanticipated costs, and something that hasn't even been discussed tonight. The next Geo Food steamer has broken down. It was discussed 2 weeks ago. They're going to be looking at deciding between a $5,000 patch on a 20-plus-year-old piece of equipment or a $30,000 replacement. That is going to be critical when they go back to discuss that. These aren't abstract numbers. They are real decisions that impact the residents, staff, and the taxpayers. Energy, innovation, and fiscal sanity. Strafford County spends roughly $1 million a year on electricity. I believe that we can change that. Is this investment something responsible? Would make our county energy independent, save money, and set an example for responsible government. I have already sat through 2 presentations on solar, and there was discussion on cogeneration using natural gas. I want to be that commissioner who works to present the facts, the savings, and the benefits. Fiscal responsibility isn't just a goal. It is a practical necessity. Our capital improvements program, which we sat here just about a year ago and discussed, is another example. Several projects have been completed this year with careful attention to detail. And as the final numbers are starting to come in, it appears that perhaps we're going to be under budget on some of those projects. But what's more importantly, we're well within the projected completion timeframes. This shows that with careful planning and oversight, Strafford County can achieve results without overspending or delays. A model I intend to continue if I am selected as your commissioner. Pride in county staff. Our county staff goes above and beyond. I know a lot of what I consider the department heads. One employee saved this county $65,000 by investigating and testing necessary products used by the nursing home residents. This is the type of self-motivation and creativity this county is known for. Another discovered new medical insurance options for the inmates, saving us millions, and we heard a lot of discussion tonight about that. And our nursing home staff goes above and beyond, organizing fundraisers and community events to bring dignity and joy to the residents. Our leadership should match that dedication, and I am committed to that. Constituent engagement in government connections. I will meet regularly in every city and town in District 1, Rochester, Somersworth, Milton, Middleton, Farmington, and New Durham, to hear concerns, share updates, and ensure residents have direct line to their commissioner. You all know me, they will know me, and I will know those issues. From the local level, I am actively engaged with the Rochester City Council. The next step is maintaining strong relationships with our state representatives. I currently know and engage frequently with representatives in District 1, and my goal is to build an even stronger working relationship with the remaining ones that I really do not know as well, including the recently elected representative from Somersworth. Beyond that, I work closely with our state senator who resides in Ward 6 in Rochester. This approach ensures that county priorities are understood and advanced at every level of government. I will also respect the tax caps in these communities, ensuring that budget decisions are both responsible and lawful, balancing fiscal discipline and statutory obligations. My guiding principles. Every decision I make, as if I'm selected to be the commissioner, will follow 3 core principles: fiscal discipline, transparency, and accountability. These principles aren't slogans, they are the framework for effective, responsible governance. My closing vision. County Energy Independence Initiative. The goal is to reduce the county's $1 million annual electricity bill by 50% within 5 years, perhaps even more over a shorter period of time. To develop a cogeneration master plan across the county properties. This protects the taxpayers, stabilizes budgets, and positions Strafford County as a statewide model for energy efficiency. Energy independence isn't political, it's practical. Workforce stability and retention program. We have heard often about nursing home shortages and issues within the House of Corrections as well as the Sheriff's Department. The goal is to reduce turnover in county departments. I have a lot of thoughts on that and some ideas, but the most important thing is to retain experienced employees, which saves money, improves services, quality, and builds long-term institutional strength. The capital improvement tracker. It's something that's small, but I like to see how the results of our capital improvement projects are being handled. And something that I would propose is to change from the bid process to the completion process and require updates every 90 days showing progress, costs, and remaining obligations. This keeps our projects under budget, hopefully, and on schedule, and it also keeps our residents and our constituents informed. The Strafford County Aging in Place Task Force. Partner with our towns, our cities, the nonprofits, and the Community Action Partnership to help seniors stay in their homes longer. How to do this? We coordinate volunteer services, home modification grants, and public health outreach. Why do we do this? Because every senior who stays safely at home saves the taxpayers' money and preserves their dignity. We have an issue with regard to the homeless and also the warning shelter. We need to be working on the warning center crisis. Commissioner McClaris has said that we have an explosive or potentially explosive situation between the cities of Somersworth and Dover, but I believe that they both have signed the contracts for this year. If we convene city and town leaders quarterly to align funding, zoning, and service coordination, this hopefully will become a shared problem, a shared solution. No city or town should shoulder this issue alone. I often say a penny can't be split 5 ways. Not react individually. Countywide efficiency audit. As a commissioner, I would like to see something done department by department on an operational audit every few years. This would identify duplications, outdated procedures, and potential shared services among the departments. Why do this? Because it's proactive problem solving and prevents deficits before they happen. Intergovernmental coordination. I would like to create a standing council linking our county municipal and state officials for quarterly or at least biannually policy coordination to include the local select boards, city councils, and state legislatures from all the districts. Why? Going back to my farming roots, to break down the silos, to share the data, align priorities, and avoid redundant spending. I also would like to do something about county innovation for the staff ideas. Encouraging county employees to submit ideas that save money or improve service and reward those that do this. County employees know where waste hides. Let them be part of the solution. Strafford County is standing at a crossroads. We can react to problems, but we can plan for the future. We can let challenges divide us, or we can unify around solutions that work. I hope that we will not let our personalities get in the way of the challenge, and that we do work to unify. I believe in this county. I believe in its staff, its people, and its future. We have the tools, we have the talent. What we need now is steady, honest leadership that shows up and delivers results. I ask for your vote, I ask for your trust, and I ask for your partnership. It takes a partnership to make this county work. Together, we can make Strafford County a model of efficiency, transparency, and accountability. And I would just like to add, my roots run a little bit deeper than the 26 years that I have physically lived within this county. I was very, very fortunate as a child to spend a tremendous amount of time at the state 4-H office on the university campus. And I also had 2 of my great aunts who helped raise me live right on Bull Lake in Central Strafford. So when I had the opportunity 26 years ago to move into this county, I took that opportunity. And as Mr. Patenza asked, he wanted to know where it comes from. It comes from my heart. I love this county and I would love to be able to serve as your next commissioner.
Next up, we have Leslie Feliciano.
Hello, my name is Leslie Feliciano, and I know, as some of you have mentioned, don't know who I am or where I came from. But truth be told, I know a lot of you in this room tonight, even though some of you pretend not to know me. So here I am, Leslie Feliciano. I've lived in District 1 for 95% of my life. I moved onto 10 Rod Road when I was 5 years old. I grew up there. I went to Farmington Elementary, Farmington Middle School, and graduated from Farmington High School in 1987. Ironically, that's the year that our President Donald Trump became a Republican. Currently, I had 2 businesses here in Strafford County, all in District 1. I work at a dental office here in District 1. I have passion, great passion for this county, for this district. I have friends, family, and have done many fundraisers, whenever something is needed, I jump in, I help out, I have great passion. Why I want to be commissioner representing District 1. I'm very aware of the issues that we are facing in the county as a whole, but specifically the people in District 1. The housing crisis continues with too few moderate rent opportunities for young people, and especially for our aging population. The rest home issue must be definitely settled as costs of proposed new building continue to rise, and New Hampshire follows predictable trend towards a gray tsunami of people needing service. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous.
Take a deep breath.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm a little overwhelmed because in my businesses, my patients love me, the brides love me, and it's so weird to have people here who are so against you, and I'm just not used to that. So I'm hoping that we're all here to accomplish the same thing, to keep Strafford County amazing. What I hope to accomplish with Riverside Rest Home, I want to work with all of you to prepare for what is coming in the future, while treating our elderly and infirm with dignity and respect in the present. We must continue to provide the outstanding care that Riverside Rest Home is known for. I know the employees go above and beyond and take care of those residents. I have worked with them during Glamour Day. I've come in and helped jewel them up and dress them up and take pictures, and we've had a great time. The employees love their patients. Even as the building continues to deteriorate, it becomes harder to retain and attract qualified personnel due to facility issues. The jail. I'd like to work with the superintendent and staff to continue to provide a safe and secure site to house inmates, while attracting qualified people to staff these jobs in numbers that will diminish, if not eliminate, the costly overtime and adequate staffing levels. The Deeds Department. I'd like to assist the registrar to continue the important work of preserving our county records while making those records available and affordable to the citizens who wish to access them. The Sheriff's Department. I'd like to support the dedicated law enforcement and civilian workers performing the critical functions of transports and civil service. The County Attorney's Office. I'd like to work with the staff to continue the office mission of removing truly dangerous criminals from our streets, at the same time offering real rehabilitative services to the addicted and mentally ill who find themselves stuck in a criminal justice system that was not designed to treat their underlying issues. Community corrections. Thanks to Governor Ayotte's efforts to bring true reform to our state's bill laws, it will be more important than ever that our outstanding staff in community corrections continue its work with identifying dangerous arrestees to be held in detention, while also fashioning common sense plans for release, where release is safe to prevent overcrowding at the jail. I will work closely with the county administrator, county finance officer, and human resources director, as well as my fellow commissioners, to treat each county tax dollar as if I were running my own household or my own business with common sense, frugality, and compassion for the people I serve. I truly thank you for this opportunity to address you this evening. If elected, I will do everything I can to represent the people of District 1 and for the people of Strafford County. I'd like to help keep Strafford County remain a leader among the counties as an innovative problem solver with an eye on the bottom line to protect the taxpayers. Thank you again for your attention, and I hope for your support.
Thank you very much. Those are two really great introductions. Thank you again. On the agenda, there's a short question and answer period. I would like to keep it focused on give a question about what they would do in the commissioner's position. Representative Granger.
This is for Ms. Lily Piano.
Would you be interested in dropping out to avoid the potential legal fallout?
I probably can't say much because I'm under. But I have
Can you go over to the microphone?
Oh, thank you. No,
It's on shit. I turned it.
no, I did not drop out. I have met with the Department of Justice. They have all the paperwork needed. And they've gone to my the residence. They even have a house in Florida, but we didn't go there. And is, I feel that they are satisfied.
Yes.
So you mentioned that one of your major planks is to increase the housing supply, and you mentioned that in connection with Riverside Rest Home. Do you plan to increase housing supply by moving people out of their homes and into nursing homes?
No, actually, I would like to work on the nursing home issue and come together as a whole, do that together. I do believe in keeping people in their home. I actually, in 2023, moved to Las Vegas for about 9 months, went back and forth and took care of a sister-in-law, kept her at her home. So I do believe in that. My father is at home, my sister is taking care of him currently, and her home, so we do believe and try to take care of people with dignity in their home.
I'm gonna let Representative Howard, ask a question in the back.
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Please go ahead. You can have it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. My question is for Mrs. Rice. So I understand in your statement, your opening statement, you talked about our county becoming energy independent. So my question is, how is your cogeneration plant idea going to work? Our state has no fossil fuels, and the county has previously looked into the impact of piping natural gas from the Rochester Waste Management Facility and determined severe environmental impact. So how is this going to work? Thank you.
Within the last couple of months, there has been a shift with regard to a grant that we had been given, a $77,000 grant, for solar. It was taken away and it was given back again. The commissioners have met twice with a solar provider, out of Farmington with regard to placing solar on county property. There was also a very brief discussion about using natural gas, which is already piped into the complex, and looking into doing a natural gas generation, cogeneration type of system, and to look at that. It is in the very preliminary early stages. They've had very few conversations, but the sense that I got is that it piqued the two commissioners' curiosity, and it also piqued my curiosity. I have been into alternative energy forms since I had my very first car. At 17 years old, I owned a Peugeot, a diesel car, many years ago. And I currently drive a hybrid. It fascinates me, and it's something that I want to explore. And if I was fortunate enough to have this position to be able to work with Commissioner Mountairis and Commissioner Levitt with regards to this. Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Other questions? Representative Turcott?
Thank you. This is not so much a question, but just a quick comment. I'd like to thank Representative Susan Rice for putting your name into for this position. I'm well aware of your past dedication, your willingness to attend meetings when most people wouldn't even know they exist. You put in a lot of work, and I appreciate that. Having said that, not being a representative that lives in your district, I will not be voting at all tonight, because I don't believe I should be voting in a district that I do not reside in. In fact, much like a couple other bills that I've prime sponsored in the past, I have a bill in that will rectify this oversight that currently exists. That bill will be going forward this term. And finally, I'd like to say that I'll look forward to supporting your campaign for commissioner in 2026. Ms. Rice, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there's a question there somewhere. Representative Granger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for Ms. Feliciano. How long have you resided at your address, and did you move into it before or after you signed up to run?
Where you go?
So I live now at 55 North Main Street, lived there since August 7th. Unfortunately, we can't pick a time. Yes, August 7th.
So the letter put in.
Sorry, October 7th. It's just a time. Purchasing our home on Tamarack Road for 2 years now. The title company has sent forth the paperwork to the Department of Justice to prove that. And we are building on that land, Tom and I. So we sold our home in Dover. The realtor has sent all paperwork that we've been discussing back and forth for a year now with our realtor to the Department of Justice. I'm confident that all of this, have any of you ever been in influx with parents passing away, taking over an estate, working with your family? It's difficult. It takes time. So we've been in that for the last 2 years. I have lived in this district, as I said, for 95% of my life. I am District 1. I understand District 1.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
So when you signed up for this race,
Yeah.
did you put the correct address that you actually lived in at that time on your paperwork or no?
Absolutely did.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby?
Yes, this is a question actually for both candidates. I guess for alternation, maybe, Ms. Rice can answer first and then Ms. Feliciano. But the question is, one of the things that is happening at the federal level is that there is a significant shift in the way that Medicaid funds are being handled. And do you see that as a potential, something we'll need to take into account while we're looking at, new nursing home plans?
I'm not sure that I quite understand your question. Could you clarify it a little bit more?
So, at the federal level, there have been significant cuts, that are going to be going forward, for Medicaid. And, the county nursing home depends very heavily on Medicaid, and the, previous plans that were put forward for new nursing homes were also, dependent on being able to take advantage of Medicaid funding. So how would, a reduction in that funding affect the way we might be able to handle, new nursing homes?
As I understand it, most of our residents at the nursing home, we are paid through Medicaid. We do have a few private pay, residents there. I don't have an absolute answer for you. I'm sure that it will affect it in some way, and it would have to be studied and looked at. And I would be relying very heavily on, Mr. Bauer and his experience with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do know, working in medical and dental for over 25 years, that they do change on a yearly basis. They change the codes, they change the terms. So they do offer classes that you can take to look to see what codes have changed for that year. And usually you can find a separate code that may cover the same thing as another code did the year before. I'm not saying that that is the exact case in every situation, but you can definitely educate yourself in that, or typically there's also a guide you can purchase every year, or you get that mailed to you. If there is education on that. You're welcome.
Other questions?
So I have a question for both candidates. Since you decided that you were going to run, how many meetings have you been to in regards with commissioner meetings? Strafford, the Strafford County Nursing Home ones. So I'd like to know like how many meetings you've attended.
As far as the county commissioner meetings, I have attended, for the last 2+ years. Every single meeting, except I think for 2. One was, I missed one last August because I had hit my head. And it quickly went through the county. When I showed up, everybody was like all over me, like, are you okay? And, we kind of had an internal joke about sending the bloodhounds out. So that was my response. And then in January, I missed a meeting because I was sick. As far as the nursing home meetings go, those started in May. I missed the first one because I had a prior commitment that I had to attend. And since then I have attended those and found them to be rather interesting, and I have learned an awful lot. Thank you for the question.
I have only attended a couple of those meetings, but I do get online after the fact and watch them on the TV.
Representative Howard.
Thank you. This question's for Ms. Feliciano. I know that you mentioned an address on 10 Rod Road earlier. Is that in District 1?
It is.
Thank you.
Representative Roy, sorry.
I live in District 1. Whoever we elect today will be my commissioner. So I'm very interested and care a lot about transparency and honesty. When we had our minutes taken, in the minutes it said that we vetted the candidates. We did not vet the candidates in that meeting. We said we knew them. I knew you from the bridal shop. You're not a nice lady. You know where you lived. And you live where you told me on your letter. So I checked it out. And I found out that you weren't living there. Your address was actually in Dover. But then I found out that you had registered to vote in Farmington on the day that this was announced. And you gave a light bill to prove your residency there. So that to me is not being transparent. Now, whether you didn't know where you're going to be, but I want to know where my rep lives and where my commissioner lives. So saying that you were living there when we know you were living in Dover and you were voting in Dover and you registered to vote and signed a form that said that that was your residence seems a little cloudy.
That light bill was in my name for 2 years.
What was the address? What was the address?
All right, I'll let so I think she's answered the question. I think we've had a significant number of questions about residency. If there are other questions revolving around like what the commissioner's job is, we can take those, but it is 10:30 at night and we still have other things on the agenda. Representative Walker.
Yes, thank you. This is basically for both candidates. The commissioners meet during the day, do things during the day for oversight. You said you work at a dental office, right? Is it a full-time job?
No.
Part-time job. So you're gonna have the time to work, serve as a county commissioner during the day.
Absolutely.
And same thing for Ms. Rice. You have your own business. Will you be able to serve as county commissioner during the day?
I think I've already proved that, Mr. Walker, because I attend all of the meetings, whether they're held first thing in the morning or if they're held later on in the afternoon. I have the flexibility to set my own schedule and to open my shot. And if I was selected to represent District One as the commissioner, I can easily change my hours and make all of those adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, last one, I think it's the third question.
Thank you. So I'm a rep for Rochester Ward 5 in Milton, and I have a very simple question. You're going to be representing that town. What's the Milton tax cap?
I will have to learn that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we pretty much exhausted some really good questions, by the way. That will then move us into the vote for the new commissioner. And so the way this is gonna work, of course, we now have two members only doing roll call. But we'll do a roll call vote at the roll call, you will say who you're voting for, either Leslie Feliciano or Susan Rice. So the question.
I would now make a motion.
What's your motion?
I would move the first call the roll for only members residing district. Point of order.
Second.
That's not a legal motion. That doesn't solve the RSA. Should just be not.
The motion go on the floor?
So the motion would be that you want only the people in District One to be able to vote on the commissioner position.
That's District One.
District One.
District One votes on District One. That's not the law.
The law.
It's gonna
Not the law.
So that the motion is made by Representative Barrington. And second, is it seconded?
That's Ranger.
Ranger. Okay, so the motion, there's Representative South would like to speak to the motion.
Yes, I don't think we should do anything that's illegal. I
Oh, really?
understand the idea of the spirit. I understand that that law is going to be changed. And I think it probably will be changed, but it has not been changed today. And so my comment is
Point of order.
illegal.
Point of order. What happened in the election?
Hold on. Let Representative Southworth finish his statement.
I'm okay.
You're okay. I have a hand up from Representative Johnson.
May we please have clarification from the county attorney on whether this is a legal motion or not?
Spirit of the law.
Just so you know, you got enough, let's don't worry about it.
Read the statute for it, but I suspect all of you may have read it before this meeting. There's a specific carve out for only Hillsborough County that limits the voting for the replacement for county commissioner to the respective district. All the other counties, it is the county delegation or the county convention that votes on the vacancy.
May I speak briefly to my motion?
Sure.
I understand that the law, as it is written now, may have a loophole. And Senator Gray addressed that. It may be legal to take the vote as a whole county right now, but is that the right decision? I don't think it's the right decision. Unequivocally, that is the wrong decision, because it is not my duty or responsibility to vote for a county commissioner in a district that I do not reside in. That is a play taken straight from the playbook of the Soviets.
Oh my God.
It is, why should I decide who is representing somebody in a different district? That's not how democracy works. And what I hear from so many people in this room is how democracy is at risk. And democracy across the country is being threatened, and that we have no kings in America. Well, number one, America is not a democracy. America is a constitutional republic. Democracy is just two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner.
Can I get you to stick to the speaking?
So I will refrain from voting on this motion because that is the right thing to do. That is the moral thing to do, and that is how we should be voting as representatives.
So the motion is, and as clarification, this would be going above what the state law is. This is not part of state law. So the motion is that only those living in District One will be able to vote on the commissioner. So I'll have a clerk.
Representative Horgan's got a question on mine.
Representative Horgan. I apologize for not seeing your hand. You gotta unmute.
Sorry, it's been a long day, good day, but a long day. I actually will admit, and I think I'm not the only one, I actually like the old at-large system. I'm also don't think I'm going to vote in this vote, even though I don't live in that District 1, and I really don't have any problem with my decision, which will be to vote no, which will be to vote, but to vote no on the motion. So that's just want to say I think we should have left the law the way it was for 50 years until we started monkeying with it about 2022, and they anyways, that we've revised it about 3 times in 2022. I think the way we were doing it before that was the right way to do it. So I'm going to vote no. I'm going to vote, and I'm going to vote no. All right, thanks.
I'm trying to get clarification on this. Is it? I'm trying to get clarification on this. Is the motion that says you have to live in the district or you have to represent the district? I have to live in Strafford, but I also represent Middleton and New Durham. So is it represent or live in? That's one. And I'm not clear, are we saying that you can't vote if you don't live in the district or represent the district? Or are we saying we urge people not to vote in that case?
So my understanding of the motion was you had to live actually vote. So if you do not live technically in the district, I believe. Is what you're
That's
saying.
correct, but I represent people from 2 towns in the district.
As the motion is made, you would not be able to vote.
Thank you.
May I, so you got into the motion, only people who we are voting on District 1 commission. If you were to represent a town, say District 1, I feel that you should be eligible to vote, but if you do not represent that town, district.
But that was not your motion. That's. Yes.
That was the motion.
Withdraw.
Thank you. So the general court, as we have heard from the county attorney, has already addressed this issue with Hillsborough County, establishing precedent of the fact that they have decided that there's only one county in the state. General court precedent has only set one county in the state where the residents or the representatives of that district vote for that commissioner. So that has not been changed. I understand that there's legislation to change it. I wish you the best with that, but that is not the law currently.
I'm just for point of clarification, I'm just asking, the actual, what was the actual motion?
It was, move for the clerk to call roll from those in District 1.
In District 1. Representative Tenza.
I just want to put it out there on that. That was good. So I just wanted to put it out there. So I just want to make clear that come the next election, when we vote for District 1, 2, and 3 for county commissioner, those constituents will have to live in District 1 to vote for that District 1 commissioner, correct?
Yeah.
Right? So that is currently the law. So, I think that right there makes as much sense as anything. And District 1, just so everybody knows, is Farmington, Middleton, Milton, New Durham, Rochester wards 1, 5, and 6, and all of Somersworth.
All right, so I think we have a motion, a second, and I think it's time to move along, so I'll have the clerk call the vote.
Right, Bailey.
Yes.
Fay,
No.
Bixby,
No.
Burnham,
Yes.
Butler. Didi Poulin,
Yes.
Delimas,
Yes.
DeRoy, England,
No.
Barrington,
Yes.
Gilmore,
No.
Granger,
Aye.
Harrington,
No,
Yeah.
I didn't know, I'm not voting against it, it's illegal.
Corrigan,
No.
Howard, Allen, oh, you're
No.
last, sorry. Johnson.
No.
Kaczynski,
Yes.
Lamontagne,
No.
La Rochelle,
No.
Levesque,
No.
clerk votes no. Pearson,
No.
Potenza,
Yes.
Schmidt,
Oh.
Selig,
No.
Jeff Smith,
No.
Southworth,
No.
Turcott,
Yes.
Wade, Walker,
Yeah.
Wall,
Oh.
Chair.
No.
Yeah, I called out order in back. Fails.
21-11 motion fails, 11-21. So therefore, we'll bring it up to, so I need a nomination for, the, new commissioner for District 1, Representative Southworth.
I nominate Mr. Brenner, Miss Feliciano.
Do I have a second? Representative Selig, second. Do I have any other nominations for the commissioner for District 1, Representative Granger?
I nominate Mrs. Rice.
Thank you. Do I have,
She acts like a representative, she should represent that.
do I have a second? Was that Roy?
Yes.
All right, so, I have a motion for both candidates, one for Ms. Feliciano, one for Ms. Rice. I will have the clerk then call the roll. When you're called on, say who you're voting for.
Alrighty, Bailey,
Rice.
Bay,
Feliciano.
Bixby,
Feliciano.
Burnham. Butler,
Yeah.
Dee Poulin,
Oh, thanks. She's not the district. She doesn't.
okay. Delimas,
Rice.
DeRoy,
Rice.
England,
Feliciano.
Barrington, Gilmore,
Feliciano.
Granger,
Rice.
Harrington,
Rice.
Oregon,
Feliciano.
Howard, Johnson,
Feliciano.
Kaczynski,
Rice.
Lamontagne,
Feliciano.
La Rochelle,
Feliciano.
Levesque,
Feliciano.
clerk votes Feliciano, Pearson,
Feliciano.
Potenza,
Rice.
Schmidt,
Feliciano.
Selig,
Feliciano.
Jeff Smith, Southworth,
Piano.
Turcott,
Present.
Wade,
Feliciano.
Walker, Wall,
Feliciano.
Chair.
Feliciano.
I voted 20-8 Feliciano was selected.
So I'd like to say, first of all, thank you very much to both candidates, Ms. Rice. Thank you very much for applying, and I hope to see you again at our nursing home meetings. And I hope they continue to be important. All right, so that takes us, we're almost done.
Chairman,
Yes.
could you state the results again? I didn't hear the number of present.
I'm sorry, 20 Feliciano, 8 Rice, 3 were present. I did not say that either, I did hear, sorry about that.
Thank you. Also, Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry, I'm gonna correct myself, it was 4 present.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Orange
Mr.
job.
Chairman. Gotcha. Also like to, as usual, register for the record, my opposition to the ability of anybody to vote on Zoom. Thank you.
I would have been disappointed if we didn't get that already. I thought that would be earlier. All right, thank you very much. All right, so that brings us, we're closing in to the end. Discussion of the emergency warming center. I will turn this over to Commissioner McGuinness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have in front of, the delegation has in front of you a plan for a roaming center to be constructed here, both to be constructed here on the county property. I've been negotiating now for about 6 or 7 years with the municipalities, the 3 mayors, and as they change seats, and the 3 city managers of the 3 cities, and the welfare directors, and emergency management directors, regarding what we're gonna do with our homeless population. Right now at present, the county commission is acting in fiduciary capacity to administer a contract on behalf of all 3 municipalities for the operation of the warming center. The warming center is located in Somersworth and is owned by the city of Dover. This proposal is a result of months and months of negotiation with the municipalities regarding what we're gonna do with our homeless population. I want to point out to you that the mayors and the city managers and the welfare directors contacted the county commissioners many years ago, saying that there was no way that a single community could take on this problem on its own. And so about 8 years ago, we had started the discussions regarding how we're gonna house our homeless in inclement weather. At present, the facility in Wilhelm Warming Center is in Somersworth. It's owned by the city of Dover. City of Dover got a grant to purchase the building. And that Somersworth has basically indicated to us that this was gonna be the last year for us to be housed, for them to be housed in their community.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Could you guys hold it down there? I'm having trouble on ears on that. Yeah.
So this proposal is a direct result of our inability to secure funding for a nursing home. This is one of the fallouts of that decision. Somersworth was willing to house the warming center as long as there was a long-term plan. That long-term plan went away with the defeat of a new nursing home, not only once, but twice. So I've worked with them, the cities, to put together a plan for a warming center here on county property. Part of that proposal is, I'll remind most of you of this, during that 3-legged stool proposal we had many years ago, was that the old nursing home was gonna be converted to an emergency warming shelter and for use for transitional housing. That didn't move forward, so this is a net result of that. Now, let's talk about the process here. In part of this negotiation was I asked the cities to pay for this building. That the county would not pay for the building because under statute, it's the municipality's responsibility to take care of those who are unhoused. So in asking for our help, the Board of County Commissioners' help over the past 8 years, I've indicated to them that we would be more than happy to move forward with coming to the county delegation to ask if it's okay for the municipalities to build or erect a building on county property to house those who are homeless during inclement weather. So under the present proposal you have before us, there's really not much for you to do here outside of bless the concept. The 3 cities are gonna pay for the building. At present, they pay for the operation. Warming center. Right now, the county is in a fiduciary position to draw down roughly $100,000 a year, which I consider to be the town's contribution to its operation. Hopefully, that's going to continue in the future. However, this has to go through a bunch of hurdles. First of all, I need your blessing to be able to erect the building on county property. Okay, that's the first hurdle. The second hurdle is we gotta get the three cities to agree on the construction of the building and paying for it. Now, the city of Rochester has voted unanimously to move forward with this plan, and the city of Somersworth has voted unanimously to move forward with the plan. The city of Dover is gonna hold a public hearing on it next week. The preliminary indication is that the city of Dover will go forward with this plan. The plan is to sell the Will End Warming Center once this building is constructed on county land, if you folks agree to that. Okay, they're gonna pay for it. They would sell the Will End Warming Center, take the proceeds of that and apply it to the cost of this building. So this facility will house up to 100 people. The plan shows you 94 at present. We're building a two-story building so that we have room for expansion, not only now, but way into the future. The only thing the cities are asking for is that the county commissioners and the county delegation do not remove, once they've paid for the building, you do not vote some form or manner to remove the building from there. And remove the building from the service which it was designed to do, which is to house the homeless during inclement weather. So that's the only thing they're asking at present. I do believe, if you look at the numbers in the last 6 or 8 years regarding the homeless population, which is a transient population, about 10% of them, between 10 and 15% of them do come from the towns. So the cities are willing to pay for this. You just need to bless the concept of using county land and putting the building on county land. Now, if you do not do that, then the county's offer will be withdrawn, and the municipalities will be on their own to determine how they're gonna house the homeless. It would be extremely expensive to their welfare budgets. We're trying to do something about property taxes. We talk about taxes all the time. Well, this is an opportunity for us to work collaboratively to face a social problem that's not going away. I think it's getting worse. So, that's basically it in a nutshell. The municipalities will pay for this. The 3 municipalities will pay for this through a formula of equalized assessed evaluation. It will be housed in the city of Dover, present based on the last year's tax rate. The city of Dover would have to pick up 48% of the cost of this building. Almost half the cost would be borne by the city of Dover. Now, one of the reasons why we want to house this here is because, well, there's a bunch of reasons. First of all, we haven't been able to find an alternative site for Will End since Will End was purchased by the city of Dover in Somersworth. We haven't been able to come up with a building or a spot to house this warming center because bottom line is most people don't want it in their backyard. So the politics of it have been, we don't want it here, we don't want it there, don't put it here, don't put it there. So that's the reality. So Dover is willing to sell the building and Will End and use the proceeds for the sale to go against the cost of the construction for the city of Dover, because they're gonna bear almost half the cost. So all we're basically asking the county delegation to do is to bless the concept, allow the use of the land for this purpose, allow the building to be constructed, and we would move forward with that. Now, the county commission will continue to act in a fiduciary responsibility in terms of its operation, with the municipalities paying for it. And the welfare directors are in support of this, and so is the emergency management director. The other thing that will happen is the building in Somersworth will go back on the Somersworth tax rolls. Problem we have is if we put this anywhere else, no matter what community you put it in, you take that property off the tax rolls. Nobody wants to do that. Also, to advise the delegation, Southeastern Drug and Alcohol, who is housed in the Arms House, has been there for 35 years. Has been involved in a takeover, a friendly takeover by Community Partners. Community Partners is our mental health provider here in Strafford County. So putting the homeless center here at the county complex makes a lot of sense for wraparound services for the mentally ill and for those who are chemically addicted. That service will be right here on the campus. We also have Coast Bus that runs to the county that supports all of our county programs, whether it be drug court or other programs that we offer. And plan right now, what happens now is when the shelter closes during inclement weather, hopefully when the weather's better and the shelter closes, we transport those people back to the town of their origin. That's what we do today. So if somebody's in Willow and Pond and they're from Rochester, they get transported when the shelter closes down because it warms up. They get transported back to Rochester. The same is true of everyone else who is in that facility. So that would continue here if the facility was built on county property. That would be policy. Transported back to the community of their origin when the shelter is not done. So, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. I'm gonna start with Peter. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation, Commissioner. Just to flesh out the operation a little bit, currently, as I understand it, warming shelter runs from when the weather is inclement and it's unsafe to be outside in a tent or something like that, which many of them are living in the woods, I think, of their own volition, but they are homeless, so that's where they're living. But during the day, they have to leave. So they're not being housed there. They're just being kept there overnight. Is that going to continue to be the case?
Yes.
Thank you.
Next question, Representative Howard.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner, for taking my question. So with the Willand being sold, when is that expected to take place, and are people going to have the option to go to the Willand this winter?
Yes, Willand's gonna be open this winter. The municipalities have already voted unanimously. The three cities have voted unanimously to move forward with it if they have a MOU that they have with the county commissioners regarding its operation. So it will be open this winter. The concept and the plan here is that if you support allowing this to occur here, what will happen is that the commissioners will put out an RFP for the construction of the building to try to reduce the cost. It's a very austere building when you look at the plan. It's nothing fancy about this building. And then what would happen is that the municipalities would appropriate the money in whichever way they so choose. Okay? Each individual city has its own financial issues. They can borrow the money, they can take it out of, surplus, they can do whatever they want. Each community makes that decision on their own as to how they're gonna pay for the building. That's not a decision for us. It's just a decision for them. Now, there's a lot to this process because once the RFP comes back and we're able to scrub the number down to get some idea of what this building's gonna cost, the three cities have got to pony up the money. That's the bottom line. And if the city's councils, any one of those city councils vote against their share, then the program will be dead.
Yeah, where on county property is this expected to be placed?
The plan is to place it where the old Pope Humane Society was, the old Chico Valley Humane Society. That building will be torn down, will be raised, and the building, the Warning Center will be placed on that site. That's the only site we have available for it, based on some of our long-term plans.
Was there a question back in the back over there?
Do you have any idea right now what the budget is?
The budget for the building, I can only give you what we've nothing for cost estimates. Anywhere from $3.5 to $4.5 million.
Yes, I have two questions. The first one is, you mentioned it's a two-story building. I didn't see the plans on it for here, so I was just curious if that. I saw for one story, is
Oh,
the
it's a
other
one
story
story.
just gonna be unfinished?
It's a one-story with an unfinished basement,
Yeah, and then
a walkout basement.
the second question was, another representative asked about it currently being used as an emergency warming shelter. Does this have the capacity to be operated year round? It's just a matter of operational planning.
Yeah.
The building itself has the capacity to operate year round.
It does.
Thank you.
Representative,
Representative Delanis.
Delanis, thank you.
Okay, so my question is, since you have some kind of an idea, an estimate of the cost of the building, where did you get that? And secondly, if this is going to decide who builds it, and who can put in bids to build it?
The cost estimates come from the construction summary. Depending on the nature, and the reason why the range is there is because we just don't know. Commissioner Levitt has indicated he's willing to, help with the cost associated with the building by putting electrical in at his cost. We've got some other, contractors that contact us to say they're willing to do other things for their cost. So, the reason for the range is because the construction summary says you're building, right now the cost of construction running between $350 and $450 a foot, depending on the nature of what you build. The RFP, which you have in front of you, that's gonna go out in the RFP, and we're gonna allow the private sector to do value engineering to bring in the best price they can, based on what you have. So it'll be open to anybody that can bid on it, that's capable of meeting at least the concept in that way. We're not tied to that. It's, we're not tied to that. We're tied to basically the square footage, which is almost 10,000 square feet. So.
Other questions?
All right, I have a ton, but I know we all wanna leave. So is there gonna be like a separate committee that's gonna be overseeing this? Who's gonna be the general contractor? What happens if somebody gets hurt or sick in the building? Like, who's responsible for it?
Right now, if anybody gets sick in the building, we have now. That's covered, they carry insurance, okay, the provider carries an insurance liability policy, and the city of Dover right now carries the liability through projects.
Representative Howard.
What about the other question?
Oh, did I catch you off? I'm sorry.
What about if, like, who's gonna general contract it? Is there gonna be a separate? Okay, then, so who's gonna be in charge of overseeing, sending out bidding, RFPs, a building
County
committee,
commission.
all that?
The county commission.
And you're telling me that you're gonna have a county commissioner that's gonna do the electrical? That's
No.
complete conflict
No,
of
no, no,
interest.
no.
That's what you
No,
said. It was-
no. What I said was
Commissioner-
Commissioner Levitt was willing to do electrical work in the building at his cost. That doesn't necessarily mean that's going to occur. He just offered to do that. The RFP will be answered by the private sector, by construction firms, okay? And those once that RFP is answered, I will scrub those RFPs down with the mayors and city managers of the 3 cities who are paying for the building. Okay, and then, that proposal will have to go back to each individual city council to be adopted. Okay, that would have to be adopted by each city council, depending on the nature of what it looks like. I can't tell you what it's gonna look like, I only have a concept plan. That's what the RFP is for.
George, are you looking for a resolution from us tonight supporting it?
Yes.
I think Representative Vernon, do you have a question?
I did, thank you. Right here, sorry.
Thanks for going out for we do.
I am just curious on this concept plan, who drew it and how much did it cost?
Right. Also, the initial plan was drawn by Fullerton Associates, who designed a number of homeless shelters here in New Hampshire. The cost of the plan was $3,800.
Representative Howard.
Thank you. Sorry about that, I took it off. Thank you, commissioners, for taking my question. So I understand that you said that the basement is going to be unfinished. I didn't know if there was going to be available there, and I didn't know what the potential increased capacity if we had any emergency or situation.
What happens at present, in the President William Center is the emergency management directors are able to suspend code. What happens at present is this, the emergency management directors in the county during a bad weather situation can suspend code in order to break the influx. So for instance, we averaged 72 last year in the warming center, whenever we were open, that was the average. But we also went up to 115 in a building that wasn't designed for that. It's an old martial arts studio. It had one bathroom, one shower, and no laundry facilities. Okay, so this building, what we designed it with a couple of things in mind. Number one, the ability to expand and flex if it does. The reason why we're building a walkout basement is because it's cheaper for us to put the utility infrastructure in the basement. Also, if you were building a building of this size and you did it on a slab, you still have to put a frost wall in. So for a little extra money, you're gonna have double the flooring capacity by putting in a walkout basement. So, yeah, if we have to flex, depending on the nature of the future, we have the ability to do that. Thank you.
But as I understand it, Summersworth, this is the last year for the warming center in Summersworth. How long will it take for all the work to prepare for it and then into building?
I'm hopeful that we would put the RFP out, get the responses back by the end of the year. The city councils that are that are all up for re-election, by the way. The existing city councils are wanting me to get this back to them prior to them all leaving office. There's a number of reasons for that. But they're asking me to get moving on this if we can. Now, again, the funding, any one of these communities could say, I'm sorry, we're not gonna go forward with it, and the program is there. So, that's what we said. But right now, it looks like Dover, is going to pass the resolution, to move forward with it. But they want a public hearing.
Justin Joy.
I appreciate the fact that you're doing this. However, my counter is, what are we doing to help all these homeless people get out of where they are? It appears that we're just enabling them more and more and more. That breaks my heart because I see these people on the road every day asking for money. So what is happening in terms of getting these people help, getting them jobs? What are the requirements for them to be there? Do they have to work? We've got to start putting things in place so they can take responsibility and feel good about themselves.
I don't agree with anything you said. The issue is that where are you gonna put where are you gonna expand the ability for transitional housing? That's really the issue that you're talking about, okay? Now, in our original nursing home proposal, we were gonna use the old nursing home for transitional housing. That was the proposal, okay? And to use the old nursing home for a warming center. So services would have been available. We'd have brought all the social services to one place. And we'd have insisted upon those people all being Strafford County residents, okay? Now, transient populations right now are the responsibility of the municipalities. 35 years ago, it was the responsibility of the county. Just to let you know. When I was first county commissioner, we were in charge of transitional, transient populations. That law was changed in 1987, putting the municipalities in charge of this. So the question about housing which is happening across the country in terms of affordability, really lies with municipalities and the state. I am always, the plan that I presented 3 years ago had 180 units of housing here on the county complex. And it was gonna be built by the private sector. That program was rejected. Okay, now I think we ought to bring it back. That's my opinion. Okay, we should bring it back, at least the housing thing. But your point is well taken, and I agree 100% with you. There's no light between us on this. I think that these folks need, first of all, they need stability. One of the things we run here at the county right now is a transitional housing program. We have one now. We have 20 male beds and 8 female beds, but we have a waiting list for that. When folks do 6 months or a year in jail, when they leave, we do discharge planning on them. We try to make sure they have a place to stay, and they try to get some gainful employment. We do that now. Okay. Problem is that when people leave jail, they don't have the time or the ability, because they need time to be able to build up money enough to afford an apartment, security deposits, all those other things. So the municipalities have been helping with some of that welfare, okay, or that direct payment system. So the dynamic is that the dynamic here is this is just one component of a multifaceted approach to what we should be doing as a people. Okay. Which government does it? You know, whether it's the state, whether the municipalities, whether the county, the mayors and the city managers and the welfare directors believe that we should have a regional approach to these problems. And that's why they asked me to help.
So why so big? If we make it that
Point of
big,
order.
we won't do it.
Shouldn't we be voting on this?
Are we voting? What are we voting on?
Hold up, let's stop.
What?
All right, so I think, have you finished speaking?
Answering the questions.
Thank you, thank you, Commissioner McGuire for giving us this very important presentation tonight. I move that we support,
into the microphone.
I move that we support the construction board plans for construction the county emergency shelter.
So, hold up one second, I'm just gonna repeat the motion, but I think that the motion was that the delegation supports options.
The motion made that we support moving forward with the plans to construct the county emergency warming center made by Representative Wall.
So the motion was made by Representative Wall. Is there a second? Representative, by Representative Lamontagne. Discussion.
Just seeing that there's no vote on the agenda, I would.
We're allowed, yeah, go ahead.
So this is more of a resolution. We're not spending any money
It's a
here. It's approving that we would like to allow the towns to move forward with building it on county property,
Right,
correct?
so I'm asking you for permission for the erection of a building on county property to serve as a warming center.
Whoa. That's not what we're voting on.
That's not on the agenda.
No,
So-
No, you're not involved with the numbers. All you are.
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
so what the commissioner is saying,
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
I think priorities, so the motion is, to adjourn the meeting. The motion, let me write this down just so I have it.
It's to adjourn.
Who made the motion?
I made the motion.
Representative Granger made the motion.
Representative Contessa seconded.
Representative Potenza seconded. I will have the clerk call the.
Wasn't there a motion on the floor?
There was one.
The motion to adjourn takes precedent.
That's correct.
Robert's rules are the most powerful motion I ever call. Hang on.
Sorry.
We'll have someone on Zoom. This is a roll call vote. Bailey.
Aye. As they say in Glasgow.
Tom's on the bed. Bay.
Where's the microphone? No.
There is still someone on Zoom. We are doing a roll call.
Oh, my God.
Bixby.
No.
Burnham.
Yes.
Butler.
No.
Dee Dee Poulin.
Yes.
DeLumas.
Yes, please.
DeRoy. England.
No.
Barrington,
No.
Gilmore,
No.
Granger, Harrington. Harrington. He left, thank you. Corrigan, left. Howard. Paladin, there you go, last, sorry again, Johnson. No. Perfect. Kaczynski.
No.
Fontaine.
No.
La Rochelle. No. Levesque.
No.
No for me, Kirsten. No. Penza,
Yes.
Schmidt. No. Billy,
No.
Jeff Smith.
No.
Southworth.
No.
Turcott,
Yes.
Wade,
No, and I'm sorry.
Walker. No. Wall,
No.
Chair.
No.
Thank you. Good.
Yes.
Oh my God. Vote of 6 to 23 with, we were up to now, motion failed.
I believe Representative Wall wants to make a motion.
No.
Asked to amend the motion. I move that we resolve that, Strafford County will provide county land for a warming shelter paid for and constructed by the cities of Dover, Somersworth, and Rochester.
Motion is made by Representative Wall, seconded by Representative Bixby. Any discussion, Representative Turcott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must say, I'm having flashbacks, for those of you who weren't around, having flashbacks to when the nursing home was dropped on us. I have in front of me 2 pieces of paper. One with a drawing of some elevations and one for a floor plan. I'm being promised that this is gonna be paid for by certain municipalities for the construction. Who's gonna pay for the ongoing costs of everything involved? Same municipalities? What's gonna happen when one of those municipalities, after this is built on Strafford County property, decides, oh, they don't want to be paying the ongoing costs, if that's indeed what's supposed to be going on here? This is insufficient to be voting to do anything at this point at 11:20 at night, after we've been here for 4 hours, to have this dropped on us at 11 PM at night. I love one comment. We're gonna make a basement so we can double capacity. Brilliant. Build it and they shall come. Right? So I would highly recommend that not only we vote the motion down, but we at least take the time to go through a process unlike we went through with the county nursing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the motion? Representative Kaczynski?
I'm getting the same vibes as Representative Turcott. When I look at number 22 on this agenda, it says discuss emergency warning center. Doesn't say vote on it. In fact, I don't think we'd be discussing it if I didn't bring it up at the last executive council meeting. Because we, as members of the delegation, have been mushrooms, kept in the dark, as we were with the nursing home. It's basically the same thing. So the cities were all lobbied to sign on for this deal. And we hear about they planned of nothingness here. I mean, really, this is a disservice to our citizens to be voting on this thing. And again, the Hyder House, what happened with that? I could see this picture here. It's easy to see. the cities fail, and it's another jobs program for this county here. And I'll tell you, the prime reason not to get involved with that is the reason we came to this meeting, vote for supplemental budget, because whenever something cracks out, you just hit the citizens for the dough.
Right.
Thank you.
Representative Southworth?
Thank you for taking my question. So this vote is to encourage you to go forward. Is any money involved in this vote?
No, not from the county.
Thank you.
I thought that the vote is we're basically giving a green light to have this go on county land. That, we're not ready for that right now. I mean, this being dropped on us, like I said, at 11:30 at night with no information, it's all very fast, you know, drawings, this, that, I mean, this is not, we're not ready for this. And there's no information, exactly, and it doesn't say, I mean, are we gonna follow our rules and our agenda, or, you know, now we're voting on stuff? We're just not ready for it right now.
Representative Wade?
Yes, this is a question for the commissioner. Could you clarify what would happen if we were to approve this over the course of the next few months? And what would happen if we did not approve this tonight?
If you approve it, then we still have to get the city of Dover through their public hearing process. And if the city of Dover says yes and gives it the go ahead, like Somersworth and Rochester's vote was unanimous, by the way. The city council was unanimous. Then we will go through the RFP process, counties. And we will work on those plans. We'll use the concept plan, it'll be put out for an RFP. We'll ask the private sector what they can build this building for. And then we would go back to the individual municipalities for an appropriation to construct the building. That would probably take several months for that to occur. And anywhere along this path, anyone can, if anyone, one of the municipalities pulls out proposals for them.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to point out to everybody that this is why we're in no on the nursing home. The stench of corruption that haunts this county is so outrageous. That is why we're in no on the nursing home. And that is why I will continue to be a no on the nursing home. And so will the rest of my caucus. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, based upon Commissioner McGlair's answer, we should wait for Dover. We should wait for them to have their public meeting, and then we should be doing this. And everybody here that is, you know, represents Dover, that is the right way to do things. We don't have concept plans, we don't have anything. And this should be a specific subcommittee. This should not be handled by, you know, commissioners. We can't go down this pathway again. I'm sorry, but you guys aren't experts in being general contractors or any of that. We've already spent well over $2 million for plans for a nursing home that's, so come on, let's be smart about this. Come on, Dover people, we're not ready. Have your public hearing, then we can come back and all talk about this. And to be honest, I'm totally fine with this project. Yeah, I know, I'm going off. I'm totally fine with this project, but I want to see it. I want to see to make sure that this is lockstep. Everything's ironclad. I want to see a contract. I want to see leases. I want to make sure that all of these cities, that we're not going to be, our taxpayers are not going to be on the hook for it. And that's what needs to happen. There has to be very responsible stuff when we're talking about $3 million projects. And, you know, I worked in that space in Concord for a long time in transitional housing. I know how it works, and it's a wonderful program, but this is ridiculous doing this at 11:30 at night. Wait for Dover and see what comes from that.
Representative, Commissioner McGlair, sorry.
Members of the Dover City Council, one of them being Fergus Cullen, who was chairman of the Republican Party in the state, asked me to ask you people for a vote tonight.
It doesn't say.
I did that. I know that. But listen, I had a meeting with them. Your agenda went out way before, okay? Way before. Fergus Cullen, Dover City Council, asked me to come here to see whether the county delegation would bless the concept. He thought just the opposite of what you're arguing. He says we should have the county delegation vote first and not have the municipalities vote second.
Well, that's one man, not all of Dover. So, all right.
So.
And
Representative-
Mr. Cullen sent a specific email, I don't know.
I
Mr.
will,
Cullen sent us an email.
I'm gonna stop. I will like, so I let you answer your question. I will come to you, let me get Mr. Johnson first, and then I will come.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No,
There we go. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did Rochester and Somersworth both have public meetings on this topic?
Yes. You voted unanimously, both of them.
Representative
They did not have a public hearing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Mr. Chair. Both, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It was with it either.
I'm not gonna accuse Commissioner McGuire of being deceptive, but Fergus Cullen did email some of us. I received an email,
So did I.
and his specific instruction was not to see what we would do, but he said, please do not vote.
Correct.
That was what Fergus Cullen said.
That's fine. I'll go for it.
Good, Representative Seelig.
Yeah.
Different story.
Thank you. I just want to be clear, what we're voting to support, excuse me, I just am trying to understand because, you know, we're a little past my bedtime and although I'm one of the older people in the room, I know I'm not even close to being the oldest person in the room, but I recognize that it's late for all of us and I don't want to be up as late as Tim Horgan was. So, my question is, by voting for this, all we're voting for is saying that should all three towns agree, and two of them have, but the third still has to vote, we are willing to give the land to them to build this property if all three towns agree, and then it still doesn't happen unless they come up with the funding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Exactly.
Hold on. Getting to the point of the meeting, it's 3.5 hours in, it's a challenge. We have one, this and motion adjourned left. I'd like to move this along, Representative Bailey.
Does the county, which would be providing the land, belong exclusively to these three cities, or is it also town land? You're giving away our land.
They're giving away everyone's land. It's not just a piece of-
So with that said, if possible, I'd like the clerk to,
Point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman?
yes.
I don't believe the chairman of the committee has the ability to stop
takes
debate
two-thirds.
unless
Two-thirds vote.
there are no more questions or people who want to debate.
I stand, I did not try to stop it, I was merely suggesting it's 11:30 at night, and we have a motion on the table. And we'll go from there, so.
Does the land become entirely the counties, the cities, if it goes all night? Or
So so I mean, just to what his point is, the county land,
belongs also to towns.
it belongs collectively to the towns, but the towns also collectively, each town has a responsibility to their welfare officer to any of these. And so what this is really doing is providing a more cost-effective, positive way to deal with it. And you can see it by the, unanimous Rochester and Somersworth going into it. So it really is a win for the county. If each municipal, if any homeless person walks up to your town office and says they need help, you have to get it. And so this is a far more cost-effective way of doing it. All right. Representative Wade.
Yes, could, the commissioner clarify, is there any particular deadline that the towns or anything that we're working with, that would need approval by?
The only particular deadline would be that Somersworth has indicated that, this is the last year of operation. So I guess the deadline, I don't want to assume anything, but if the delegation, if we went forward with what we're talking about, and the building was constructed, and it needed to be occupied by this time next year, then things are fine. If we postpone it and keep pushing it out, we will miss we could potentially miss the construction, and we will. We're just saying that the work that has to be done in advance here, we got in the RFP, then scrubbing the RFP, getting a little, figuring out who's gonna actually build the building. That's gonna take time. Takes time.
I think I'd go to Howard.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry, I had to turn the mic off. Thank you, Commissioner. So for the warming center, it's not costing the county anything. If the county takes, except for the land. If the county takes on any additional costs, would the county delegation have to have a vote on?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think I was up to Representative Kerr.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner, they said the plans were $3,800.
Can't hear you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
it is, and for the record, it's recorded.
Great, so, Mr. McLaughlin, you had mentioned that, the plans were $3,800. Who actually funded that?
The municipalities,
Which ones?
Dover, Rochester, and Somersville.
So they already agreed to the plans without making a decision if they were gonna go through with it in Dover?
No, haven't decided.
All right, so Stanza, Representative Wellman, I'm sorry.
City of Rochester and City of Somersville saw this plan
Last week.
last week, that's correct. They voted Dover's seen plan, but they want a public hearing. Major reason for that is because they don't want to artificially drive up Dover's welfare costs, especially when they're picking up half the cost of the building. Okay, so there are some concerns out there about it. Okay, so just to let you know, that's one of the major concerns we have.
Well, I'm in favor of this plan and I understand the urgency of it. That this is the last year for the Willen Pond shelter. And it takes a long time. This is just the beginning of the process, but I think we need to start moving forward. And I would suggest that we reword that to say, build, sell or lease the land. I'm inclined to keep county property, and I believe we have precedent already for other profits operating, for example, Covered Bridge, housing on county land, but they have a very long lease. I would prefer to see that type of arrangement. But I do see that this is our responsibility. And I've been thinking about this all night. You know, what is our responsibility as a county delegation is to make sure the county is taking care of people in our responsibilities. And I don't quite feel that, but our sole responsibility as a delegation is not to limit taxes. We also need to see that we provide the services that we need for them, and this is one of them.
Representative Walker, response.
Yes, Commissioner Blair. You're not giving away any land. We're just, the three communities are building a building. That's why you asked. We want word that you're not gonna do something else with the building after you build it. We wanna maintain the warming center, so we're not selling the land to the communities. It's county land.
It's county
We
land.
have a building that we're paying for, and Summersworth and Dover to put up.
That's correct.
All right, we can keep going. I would like and I'm not trying to limit everybody, but in the spirit of us making it to this meeting, limit the question, I'd be super happy. Representative Roy.
Thank you. I really feel like Dover needs to approve this before we move. And does anybody know when the Dover City meeting is to approve this?
Having a public hearing next week, I'm not quite sure when the resolution is.
Wait till after they make their announcement.
You could say, we grant permission, based on the vote of Dover. If Dover doesn't vote for it, then
It's dead anyway.
then it's dead anyway.
It's dead anyway.
I said it.
Right.
Right, so Representative Matanza.
Who has title of the land?
County.
Okay, so, any public funds needs proper due diligence. And this is the first, everyone is hearing about this. with a couple drawings. And then we're just gonna vote and say, yeah, green light the land. Why can't we wait until the public hearing for Dover and then we come back at it? We're not talking about waiting a year or whatever. If we don't, the urgency is not that urgent. It's if we're gonna move forward or they're gonna move forward, then it will all move forward in due time. To get RFPs, so everybody can see what a lease is gonna look like, all of that kind of stuff. We've got no information except for, well, I mean, is this gonna be a plan and spec, or is it gonna be a design build? Commissioner McLaren?
It's gonna go for an RFP, it'll probably be designed built.
Yeah, but you don't know that, you just said, like, this is what I mean, it's, we need to wait, let's move forward. Can you remove your motion? Come on.
Okay, so Representative Wade.
This very last question, I promise. So I do wanna say, I agree that this should have the oversight in the committee. I think I also support passing this tonight, just as a very, very, very first step. It doesn't involve any funding, it doesn't involve anything like that. It is just the very preliminary step. If Dover votes it down, so be it. The project's dead anyway, it's redundant. And so I support this as a very initial motion, but I also do support the idea of a subcommittee potentially having oversight of this and doing exactly what you talked about. I don't think, I don't necessarily, think that that's going to, maybe at the next meeting, we can have that. But at the very least tonight, I support getting this first step. I know.
All right,
I wanna do that.
All right, so it's getting challenging at 11:40 at night. We have a motion on the table. It would be Representative Walker.
And we amend that motion to say upon approval of, contingent on the approval of Dover. So Dover, choose the thing that point is stand.
Are you,
If I can please speak, I haven't had a chance to speak to my motion.
Yeah.
I was regional planner for over 25 years. I have followed this subject for years and years and years. And I have seen what has been happening in our county. I want the best for our residents in this county. I want the services for the people who need the services. And I believe we're heading in the right direction. We're asking to move forward with planning, to move forward with discussion. This is very, very early, very preliminary in terms of the process. If we were to wait till there's a plan out there, people don't argue it till the cows come home. Let's just get started. So I would be amenable to saying contingent on Dover's positive vote. So the motion will read something like this. So that Strafford County will provide county land for a warming shelter, emergency warming shelter, paid for and constructed by the cities of Dover, Somersworth, and Rochester, based on contingent on Dover's positive vote in the coming week. Thank you.
Are you okay with that, Representative Bixby? Yeah. All right, so we have the amendment to the motion is made by Representative Wall, seconded by Representative Bixby. We will start with a roll call on the amended version of it.
We're calling the amendments to the motion.
So her amended, so we had a motion on the table.
Right.
She amended her motion.
She amended her motion.
So all you do is you're voting on her motion, period.
Okay.
We are not voting on the amendment, we're voting on the amended motion.
No, but she's the mover of the motion.
All right.
I just wanna make sure, I'm late, I don't understand.
I get it.
Right.
Voting on the motion, Bailey.
On the basis that we have to vote for it to see what's in it, I'm voting no.
Bay.
Yes.
Bixby.
Yes.
Burnham.
No.
Butler.
Yep.
Didi Woolen.
No.
Delima.
No.
DeRoy. England.
Yes.
Barrington. Gilmore.
Yes.
Granger.
No.
Harrington left, correct?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Howard,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Cross Kaczynski, Valentine,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
West,
Yes.
I vote yes. Pearson,
Yes.
Potenza,
No.
Schmidt,
Yes.
Seelig.
Yep.
Jeff Smith,
Yes.
Southworth,
Yes.
Turcott,
No.
Wade,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Wall. Chair.
Yes.
By a vote of 20 to 10, the motion passes.
Okay, motion passes, we move on to hopefully any other business, which may legally come before the delegation, Representative Walker.
Representative Kennedy, you had a motion earlier that needs to be said now.
Yeah, I know, I gotta find it, when I get out.
Something about a committee?
Yes. Hold on, sorry. I'll find it. Somebody get a few papers today.
Just to fill the time.
Sorry, okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion to request for a subcommittee to review the remainder of the year budget and expenses for a way to reduce the 1.4 million and change. Second.
Okay, so the motion was made by Potenza, and I didn't get to go to second.
Yes, my name.
Oh, you're putting her in this spot. Yes.
This amendment to one of the $1.4 million votes that we took earlier today.
Correct.
Then this motion should have been brought up.
I already did. I was told that I did. So-
It's like she wants.
We're not amending the number.
We're not amending the numbers, she just wants to have a committee.
Committee to oversight on the budget.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you have a statute that already allows the executive committee to act in that capacity. The executive committee can meet anytime they want with the county commissioners to review the operation of the county budget. Right now, we do it quarterly. You don't need to create another special committee. You already have an executive committee, okay? So, hold the executive committee if you like, and we can talk about the expenditures of the county at that point.
I don't want that. I want to be able to have outside people, unbiased people be able to do that.
So you made the motion has been seconded, do you want to speak to I think you started speaking motion.
Yeah, it's just it. It's requesting a subcommittee to, an unbiased one, basically. You could have some people from the community if they wanted to review the remainder of the year budget and expenses for a way to reduce the 1.4. That's it. It's a fiduciary thing. That would be great. And we could have people to volunteer to help to look at the books and see if there's a way that we can trim the fat. That's it.
Okay, so
Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I really think that our original motion with the amount of money and then adding the Harrington amendment was a good compromise. I don't think we need anything else.
Yeah, we didn't vote for that, though. We all voted no on
That's one more thing.
Yes, and I also heard pretty clearly that, even if we were to lay people off, that with contracts and paid time off due, it's unlikely to save any of that money for the rest of the budget year. That I believe that we have a process to work on the budget for next year. And that we could work on improving that, but we already have that process in place. I think we put a lot of effort in and it won't end up making a difference about saving the money for them.
Okay.
So I would vote no.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second, Representative Bailey.
It was observed earlier that there has never been a budget that is less than the prior budget. And so proposing that, oh, we've got a budget process that will save all kinds of money, that's a false hope.
I'll move to adjourn.
Seriously, you want, okay, I'm killing your motion. You're killing your
I think
motion.
she's gotta second it, right?
Yeah, sure, second it.
All right, so we have a motion to adjourn.
Bessie, can we leave the business so we can do a voice vote?
And seconded by Representative Potenza. I'll have the clerk, we still have one person on Zoom, so I'm gonna.
Cassandra, if you hang up, that's so much about to be done.
If you hang up, we can do a voice vote.
Hang up.
All right, yeah. The motion to adjourn, all those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Oh, the Lord, you're so.
Boy, good.